This paladin is so despicable. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, The Terror of the Sage of Reason. Subscription request. I thought you were dead. Do you think I'm alive now? Wright was tense and ready for battle. The man in front of him was not some small character. He was the Sage of Reason, one of the best mages in the world, the pillar of the Tower of Truth during its heyday, and the existence of slaughtering gods. Facing the siege of many forces in the world, he was also at ease. To Wright, this cunning existence was much more difficult to deal with than the so-called gods. Stuart, the Sage of Reason, put his hood back on to cover the missing part of his head, and at least he looked much more comfortable. Death is a luxury for people like me. No problem, I'm not interested. Wright stretched out his hand, and the Synlight greatsword appeared in his hand. The powerful murderer saw made the air tremble. Anyway, I didn't intend to just kill you. The Sage of Reason forced out a cruel smile. Since I chose to show up and wait for you here, that means that you are no longer my opponent. I have done so much and laid out such a big plan. Do you think I'm just after the power of extinction? That is just a prerequisite for defeating you. The Goddess of Holy Light, the Church of Holy Light, are not important. You are what I'm most interested in. Wright narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. He slashed out with two sword blades. The blades broke through the water and rushed over, but disappeared quietly before encountering the Sage of Reason. If it weren't for the ripples on the lake, people would probably have the illusion that the blades had never been slashed. The power of extinction is interesting. More than that, the Sage of Reason slowly raised his staff. Next, I will strip away all your power bit by bit. Then, take away everything from you. But, as he spoke, the staff in the hand of the Sage of Reason burst into a brilliant light. Wright's eyes widened. He recognized the light. Are you the God of Light? Wright had always believed that the God of Light was an incarnation of the evil god. But now it seems that it is a part of the Sage of Reason in front of him. Ha 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 ha. That is another part of me. Amid the roar, the passage used by the Holy Light Goddess Aphra to descend into the mortal world was opened in advance. But this time it was not Aphra that descended through the passage, but a huge mass of black mud. Wright could see clearly that this endless stream of black mud was exactly the same as the black mud that gushed out of the bodies of Massilian and the legendary wizard after their death. This is an alchemical creation. The little man in the flask, the semi-finished product of hallmarks. The black mud that fell from the sky continued to pour out and soon wrapped up the Sage of Reason and drilled into his hollow body, quickly repairing the missing parts. In this world, no life can be created out of nothing. All the little people in the bottle, their souls and consciousness, all come from other living things. But you have to admit that, even if it cannot give birth to spiritual wisdom, Hallmark's body is still the spiritual carrier that everyone dreams of. Especially for someone like me. An existence whose thoughts are bound by the body and even the soul. Wright remained silent. As a creation produced by alchemy, Hallmark's itself cannot be judged by common sense. It is impossible to guess what kind of function the Hallmark's refined by the Sage of Reason has. The Sage of Reason, whose body has been repaired, tore off his clothes. His body was still withered, but the missing part was surging with black mud between solid and liquid. The powerful divine power of the intermediate god of law made the whole world tremble. Feeling his new body, Stuart was very excited. Divine power, wisdom, and the truth of the world. Superposition forbidden spell. The glory of being with the world. The huge and mysterious magic circle opened immediately, and the brilliant holy light blasted from all directions. Unfortunately, in the face of the absolute defense built by the power of the light extinguishing which, no light could work. But the next moment, a bolt of lightning tore through the barrier and instantly struck the head of the Sage of Reason. However, the lightning that was powerful enough to pierce the sky only left a little bit of charred black on his head. The black mud quickly repaired the injury, and the Sage of Reason still had a broken smile on his face. In the light super forbidden spell, there is a lightning spell hidden quietly. Is it the power of the light ring? Indeed, this is what amazes me the most. Back then, I was attracted by what you built, what you called, private server, and I have been addicted to it ever since. The eyes of the Sage of Reason reflected the light of excitement. What a perfect creation. It can deprive all the powers of the gods. Take it for yourself. It is a predator above the gods. It is a higher level of the food chain. With it, I can even surpass the gods and become a brand new existence. I thought that this was the limit. This is the end. And you, holy sin, right? You have brought me another surprise. The innovation of the ring has opened up a whole new way of thinking. Stuart was speaking to himself. He clenched his fists excitedly, and his nails dug into the flesh, but no blood flowed out. This body has long been dry and lifeless. Your talent is amazing, but you are willing to be a mortal who only eats and waits for death. You do nothing all day long. You waste your talent and talent. You are committing a crime. Stuart covered the staff with both hands, and the powerful power of extinction gathered at the top of the staff. You can't control this greatness, so I'm here to take it away. The powerful power of extinction actually rushed straight into the sky along the passage of God's descent. Wright used both hands, and the rings of light and blood operated at the same time, constructing a series of seals to stop this powerful witch power. However, at the same time, the black mud on Stuart's body also transformed into several arms and manipulated the magic power at the same time and actually broke all the blood magic power applied by Wright. Don't forget, it was our Tower of Truth who invented the witch power. When the power of extinction poured into the passage, the holy light power of the whole world was actually cut off. Lilith's cry also came to Wright's ears. Right, it's bad. The Pope has fainted, and the remaining people in the Holy Light Church are not in good condition either. Right. Jonah's voice followed suit. We all seem to have lost the power of the Holy Light. It was the people from the Tower of Truth who did this. They used the power of extinguishing light to build a holy shackle that is effective for the entire world, isolating Afra from the mortal world. Don't worry, the Pope and the others are just a little uncomfortable because the Holy Light was suddenly taken away. Wright clenched the sin light in both hands, fully alert. Lilith, put the egg of the Holy Dragon of Light into the altar. Jonah, build a Holy Light ritual array. Let the dragon egg of the Holy Dragon of Light temporarily replace the Goddess of Holy Light. But warn all clergymen not to use the divine spell as much as possible. Otherwise, a dragon egg cannot withstand this consumption. Jonah's voice was anxious. Right, but what will you do without the Holy Light? Don't worry. He can't restrict me. No, I can restrict you. The Sage of Reason smiled proudly and said, do you think that your authority of the law of light is high enough? So, even if the Goddess of Holy Light is blocked, you can still call upon the power of Holy Light through the private server you constructed. Ha 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 ha. I told you. I took great pains to deal with you. The black mud surged, and two hands appeared. In each of these two hands, there was a small bottle of flesh and blood, and a soul coin. Now, your private server is mine. I missed one chapter yesterday, so I'll make up for it. Chapter 127. Do you know what filling is? Wright looked at the two things in the other party's hand, and couldn't help laughing. The coin was given to the devil by him, and it seemed that the other party had found a way to get it. After all, they were devils, and as long as the price was reasonable, they would even sell themselves. The flesh and blood was taken away by the legendary wizard's dying counterattack when he was in this Lake Bottom Palace last time. I didn't expect that the famous Sage of Reason would go to great lengths to deal with a latecomer like me, just like putting together a set of equipment to defeat the devil. He went to the East Market to buy a steed, the West Market to buy a saddle, the South Market to buy a bridle, and the North Market to buy a long whip. Are you so afraid of me? The more I know you, the more afraid I am. The Sage of Reason did not hide his fear of Wright at all, even though I have so many cards in my hand, paid the lives of so many members, and used almost all of my resources. But, I was still forced by you to make plans in advance. Wright sneered. Let me guess, you originally wanted to wait until Afra went down to the world, block the channel of divine power, kill her in the world, and then you would seize her divinity and divinity, and be promoted to the god of rules. Then come and kill me, right? Yes, but, now, it's enough. The Sage of Reason pieced together Wright's flesh and soul, and then activated the sacrificial array. Although I can't take away your authority, but I can still temporarily paralyze your so-called private server. In this way, without the protection of the holy light goddess, without the blessing of the private server, facing the power of extinction, and me who has the power of the intermediate god of law, what other means can you use? With the sacrifice of soul and flesh, Wright also felt that the channel between himself and the private server was occupied and could not respond. He looked at the other party indifferently. Beautiful. It's not easy to be deliberate. By the way, is it done? Huh. I said, have you played your cards? Wright seemed a little impatient. Have you used up all your cards and all your means? Now is your most powerful state. And in your cognition, I'm the weakest state. Can you think so? The Sage of Reason seemed to realize something, and he held the scepter tightly with both hands. You are just bluffing. After depriving me of all these external powers, what else can you do to compete with me as a god? Even your greatest reliance. Are you talking about private servers? Sorry, that's not what you rely on. To me, it's more like a remote control I made myself. Its greatest contribution is that it can realize many complex functions with one click, so that I don't have to repeat some meaningless work. I don't know how you define reliance, but I won't rely on that kind of thing. Don't be arrogant. The Sage of Reason was furious, and a huge holy light ring appeared behind him. Then a large number of small rings also emerged, constantly rotating around the holy light ring. Stuart waved his staff, and the black mud on his body kept surging. The divine power roared, the sky and the earth changed color, and the lake kept surging and wailing. Starfallen meteorites, permafrost glaciers, flares of light, the fury of the earth. Countless divine punishments condensed out of thin air and smashed towards Wright. Facing such a powerful attack, Light held his sin light greatsword upright in front of him. Light has never been the property of God. Light waved the sin light in his hand, and a powerful light splashed out. He forcibly cut a way out of several divine punishments. The Sage of Reason looked at Light, who could still use the power of light, and the rhythm of the black mud on his body stopped. He couldn't understand why Light could still use the power of light. When you encounter something you can't understand, your brain won't work. Your Tower of Truth has the same bad habits. Light jumped high in the world-destroying disaster and slashed at the Sage of Reason with a sword. The latter raised his staff belatedly and set up defenses. The power of extinction blocked the light, but the Sin Light greatsword still relied on the sharpness of the holy weapon to shatter two barriers. Unfortunately, the strength of the Sage of Reason should not be underestimated. This attack failed to succeed, but it did scare him. You have been the god of light for so long, but you know nothing about light. Is this the once powerful Sage of Reason, the pillar of the Tower of Truth, the one who constantly pursues the truth? To be honest, I have looked down on you, since you deliberately targeted me, and were so proud of yourself. Wright swung the sword flower with one hand, and stabbed at the Sage of Reason. The sharp light, that penetrated everything, was still offset by the power of extinguishing light. But the sword edge that broke through the air forced the Sage of Reason to shake his staff, and use the power of two divine rings to resist. Enough. Turn to ashes. The Sage of Reason relied on his powerful divine power to condense several divine punishments at the same time again. However, this time, Wright took a deep breath. Ha. Ha. Bang. Two powerful roars hit the Sage of Reason. Although his soul strength was strong enough, after he became a god, he still made a mistake, because he was distracted and manipulated multiple divine rings. The backlash force shook him so much that his whole body exploded, splashing a lot of black mud and falling into the remaining lake water. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Sage of Reason, Wright was calm and composed. Many people have a big misunderstanding, that is, God represents strength. This is true, but it does not mean that people must be weak. Stuart, it's been 100 years. I don't know how you survived after you blew yourself up, but when you chose to embark on the path of becoming a god, you have given up the thing you rely on most. People are troubled by the secular world, but this secular world also stimulates people to constantly think, constantly strive, and constantly improve themselves. You become a god. Powerful power is at your fingertips, and powerful laws are at your fingertips. God is a shortcut to gain power. When a scholar chooses a shortcut, it is equivalent to giving up thinking and self. In these 100 years, have you thought about something? Have you studied and explored? Your brain has long been rusty. You have fallen. You fart. As if Wright had touched his sore spot, the Sage of Reason became angry and embarrassed. The holy light ring behind him spun wildly, and the amount of light gathered in the staff, and then covered his whole body. You're overclocking. Super body and super quantity. I can do it too. I have also advanced to the super god body. Today, I will use your ability to kill you. The terrible pressure even made the space creak. A faint light curtain formed above the sky, isolating the sky and the earth. Looking at the Sage of Reason who merged with the light, Wright's eyes were full of contempt. Aren't you still staring at me? Don't you have your own things? For 100 years, you have been indulging in conspiracy and intrigue. Is this what a scholar should do? Stuart waved the staff, and the power of light surged in front of him. Want to teach me a lesson? You are not worthy. Not worthy? Then I will tell you 2 very important questions that you have ignored. Wright looked at him indifferently, his tone cold. All the preparations you have made are to compare me with the god of law. Who told you that I have only reached the level of controlling the law? While speaking, he held the sin light with both hands and held it in front of him. Second point, you have been the god of light for so long. Haven't you figured out one thing? The so-called light, but it has color. Before Wright finished speaking, all the holy light on his body suddenly disappeared strangely. Then, an indescribable murderous intent surged from his body, rushing straight into the sky, tearing the light curtain that covered the sky and the sun. The first brilliance, scarlet. In an instant, the light of red blood bloomed on Wright's body, lacquering the world. The sin light greatsword in his hand also separated, and turned into 2 scarlet slashing knives. Hey, do you know what stuffing is? Chapter 128. You don't understand light. With the same domain, how are legendary warriors stronger than saints? Some say it is the development of abilities, others say it is the accumulation of strength. Neither is right. The hallmark of a saint's promotion to a legend is whether his soul can resonate with his domain. When the soul resonates with the domain, the abilities of the legendary warrior will be advanced and strengthened. But the legendary warriors with holy weapons are more powerful because they have the possibility of being promoted to the sky level warriors. When the soul resonates with the holy weapon and the holy domain at the same time, the legendary warriors will be promoted to an unparalleled realm for a short time. Under the dome, the top of all living beings. At this time, both the holy weapon and the holy domain will undergo a qualitative leap. Killing gods and demons is a piece of cake. At this moment, Wright has entered the realm of the Sky Warrior again after a long absence. The chilling breath made the Sage of Reason, who is a mid-level god, feel a strong sense of fear in his heart. The gods are afraid of humans. Even though his hands were once stained with the blood of gods, the Sage of Reason knew that every time he hunted gods, he had to make many preparations in advance and take huge risks to barely succeed. Even if he won, he was still the one who was afraid and looked up to. But now, Stuart knew that he was the prey. Swish. Before Stuart could recover from the shock, Wright had already appeared in front of him. With a swipe of the crimson long knife in his hand, he easily cut off his arm. Stuart screamed subconsciously, but before he could make a sound, another crimson knife had already slashed through his choking throat and took away his head. The Sage of Reason shone with a faint light and dodged and retreated to keep a distance. The black mud repaired his head and arm, but the murderous intent that penetrated his bones just now still made the Sage of Reason sweat profusely. Impossible. Why? Why doesn't the power of extinguishing light work? Because what you call extinguishing light is based on the existence of holy light. Wright walked calmly on the water, and the red light was reflected in the lake. You are too obsessed with holy light. It is understandable. After all, when you designed Cinderella, it was to give her the ability to destroy the Holy Light Church. I have to say that you succeeded in this regard. But unfortunately, holy light is just a kind of light. Wright raised his 2 swords, his eyes full of contempt. You want to destroy the Holy Light Church too much, and you are too eager to hunt the Holy Light Goddess. Such a simple truth, but you subconsciously ignore it. Wright stepped on the original head of the Sage of Reason and pointed his long sword at the other party. God of Light. How much do you know about light? Did you never care about light again after becoming a god? You want my private server and covet the divine power law framework I designed. I thought you wanted to study it. but you just thought it was convenient to use, so you wanted to use it directly. As a result, your goal is to devour more gods and take their power of law for yourself. Wright held the knife, his words full of mockery and contempt. You are not as hard-working as Afra. Stuart gathered divine power frantically, and the divine ring behind him kept spinning. Various divine punishments came towards Wright. The staff in his hand was also gathering holy light, and the divine spells, divine punishments and divine power were splashed, as if they were free. But in front of Wright, who entered the state of the sky, all this was really not enough. No matter how many tricks you have, I will cut it with my sword. Boom 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 boom. Although the sin light has been alienated, its original nature is still there. Before Wright finished speaking, a huge crimson instantly enveloped the blade and expanded rapidly. Wright combined his waist and horse, and swung out with both swords. That sword, like thousands of horses galloping through the sea of clouds, and like raging waves hitting cliffs and mountains. It was just after midnight. This piercing crimson, however, illuminated the world, as if it were daytime. With just one strike, everything was wiped out. All the divine punishment and power, in the face of absolute power, vanished into thin air. The Sage of Reason was even more like being cut into pieces, and turned into countless pieces that fell into the lake. The magic ring behind him also collapsed, carrying many divine rings with him and dissipating. After the red light, Wright came to the place where the Sage of Reason's body was, holding the sword, and quietly watched him reassemble bit by bit. Is this the divine power you are pursuing? Snap. Wright stepped on the face of the Sage of Reason, which had just condensed. God, is it great? You are just a mortal. Mortal. Why? Humans are obviously limited. Limited. Yes, humans have limitations. But humans, at the same time, have infinite possibilities. Whether it is gods and demons, or other more powerful and higher level individuals, their souls are always so stable, because a stable soul is the foundation for them to go further. But the human soul is full of uncertainty. This is what is truly precious. I have seen people with noble character that angels worship. I have also seen despicable and shameless people that demons fear, like snakes and scorpions. People have infinite possibilities, which are something that those powerful beings in your eyes can never find again. It is really pathetic for guys like you who put the cart before the horse and are complacent. Wright kicked the Sage of Reason, who had just condensed into a head, into the air. With his two swords flying, he chopped him into a pool of mud that was more broken than dumpling fillings, and fell back into the water. Looking at the other party's painful expression, Wright carried the sword in his left hand on his shoulder. Because of your stupid expectations and boring behavior, Jonah suffered the pain of death. You are right, death is too luxurious for you. I will find a way to imprison you forever, and you will have to endure endless pain every moment. To be honest, I really should build a place like Abbassy Hell to store people like you. Crash. Suddenly, countless black mud balls jumped out of the lake and shot their light extinguishing magic power at Wright. Ha ha ha. Go to hell. Stuart quickly condensed into shape, and then stabbed the light extinguishing power in his hand into Wright's body. Didn't I tell you that your power of extinguishing light against the holy light is useless to me? The power of extinguishing light. It will continue to evolve. The Sage of Reason stared at Wright. Do you really think that my title of Sage of Reason is for nothing? The Witch Project is the project I lead. No one knows the principle of the power of extinguishing light better than me. I was just stalling for time just now in order to analyze this brand new power of light in your hand. I didn't expect you to be so cooperative and talk so freely here. Now, all your new light will be ineffective. Welcome. It's your end. Blame it on you for talking too much. Ha 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 ha. Wright looked at him quietly, then raised his long sword and directly cut the other party into two pieces again. Why? Why is it still ineffective? Wright looked at the other party with disdain. Your brain is rusty, but you still don't admit it. I just said that I have long surpassed the low-end level of controlling the laws. Now I have mastered the concept. By the way, my concept is not light. It is emergence. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. My concept is emergence. What is emergence? The Sage of Reason stared with his eyes wide open, his face shattered into countless pieces, full of confusion and puzzlement. He had never heard of this word, and he couldn't understand what the relationship between emergence and light was. As if seeing his confusion, Wright sneered. You don't understand, right? It's actually quite troublesome to explain it to someone like you who has no foundation. Forget it, just understand my concept as miracle. Light is just the manifestation of miracles. Just like the fragrance of flowers to flowers. Do you think that dispelling the fragrance of flowers is a kind of harm to flowers? The next moment, Wright inserted his 2 knives into the lake. The scarlet light full of murderous intent forced all the black mud together and imprisoned it easily. Wright stood in front of the Sage of Reason, stretched out his hand to take away the staff in his hand, and looked around with disdain. Is this the legendary fairy wand? You said you are old, but you actually gave it such a girly name. Snap. Wright broke the thing into several pieces and threw it into the lake. It's over, Sage of Reason. Now, tell me everything you know. Maybe I can torture you less for a while. Come, tell me all the information about the witch. Also, lift the blockade of the holy light immediately. Ha 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 ha. Don't even think about it. Even if you can still use the power of light, this world will lose the protection of the holy light from now on. Look at the holy city you've been thinking about. Our general attack has begun. Wright raised his eyebrows. All of you remnants are dead. What kind of decent battle can you launch? Boom. However, at this moment, there were roars and explosions in the direction of the holy city. Seeing this, the Sage of Reason laughed out loud. See, the enemies of the holy light goddess are not just us. Although there are not many masters, the clergy who have lost the power of holy light are all weak and sick chickens. Killing them is like crushing an ant. Can you save them? Even if you can save them, can you save all the clergy in the world? Wright frowned. He had checked the holy light goddess's descending channel more than once. Unfortunately, the damage to the channel, caused by the power of extinction, is catastrophic. Even if you want to repair it, it will probably take a long time. Although the dragon egg can temporarily support it, it is not a long-term solution. Right. How are you doing? Lilith's voice came again. Are you done? I have subdued the person, but I can't remove the world-class holy shackles for the time being. What should we do? How are you doing? Lilith paused. Some troublemakers appeared in the holy city, but in order to reduce the pressure on the dragon egg, the Pope ordered the clergy to avoid using divine spells as much as possible, and the paladins to avoid using holy light fighting spirit as much as possible. Master Constant took all the holy artifacts from the past dynasties, enshrined in the heroic temple, relieving the pressure on the holy dragon egg of light. Emily has already gone to the battle. She is a magician, and doesn't have to worry about the problem of limited strength for the time being. In the north of the city, Adros led the dark race to resist. I really didn't expect that one day the holy city would need to borrow the dark race to maintain law and order. Taylor and the people of the Holy New Army are still working hard. The holy hammer in his hand stores a lot of holy light, and he can still maintain the situation for the time being. By the way, your Sin Light sect is not affected for some reason. They are also fighting hard to maintain law and order in the city, but this is not a solution. The load on the dragon eggs is still increasing. After all, in addition to the holy city, there are so many clergymen and divine magicians in the world. The Pope's order cannot be made known to them in the first time. Wright narrowed his eyes slightly. This problem is indeed not easy to solve now. Although the situation is temporarily maintained, it will not last long. At least, it will not last until the holy light channel is repaired. Not to mention, catching up with the holy light ceremony in the morning. Thinking of this, Wright clenched his fist suddenly. The crimson light cage tightened instantly, once again cutting the Sage of Reason into countless pieces, and gathered them together again and imprisoned them. Ha 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 ha. You have no way. You have no way. As powerful as you. In this situation, what can you do? Right, it's me, Jonah. Ah, I'm here. The person who spoke suddenly changed to Jonah, and Wright didn't react for a while. What's wrong? I have a way. What way? Jonah paused. Let me become a god. What? No. If I become a god, I can create a second channel of divine power. In this way, I can solve the urgent problem. No. I don't agree. At worst I will become a god. Jonah laughed. Don't say such things. If you become a god, your future life will be boring to death. I know you. You have never been suitable to be a god. Right. Let me become a god. I know that the goddess of holy light has inserted the covenant of God in my body. Perhaps this is my destiny in the dark. No. It took me a lot of effort to rescue you. You became a god. Then I'm at a loss. You. Jonah laughed. After becoming a god, I don't have to stay in the realm of gods. I can still come down, and you can also talk to me all the time through prayer. If you really miss me, I can also come to the world secretly to accompany you. You can accompany you anytime, anywhere. Lilith's shameful voice inserted in. Hey, don't use my earrings to say this. The faith in my life is my belief. I can't sit watching countless believers in countless fans, facing the threat of death. The proposal is that the world is bad anyway, and it is good to make her a god. Jonah, you should upgrade to a demon first. Now not only Jonah, but also Lilith was confused. Are you crazy? Why do you want to upgrade to a demon? Now the connection between the holy light goddess and the mortal world has been cut off. At this time, the god's covenant cannot be activated at all. So, we should upgrade to a demon first, and then ascend to God from the demon realm. Bypass the blocked passage, and descend directly to the god realm. Can it be like this? Lilith was full of doubts. Are you sure? Stop talking nonsense. Lilith, time is running out. You take Jonah to upgrade to a demon. Quick. Oh. There is no other way. Jonah, are you ready? Wright was standing on the lake at this moment, and began to carve the demon formation, and at the same time, contacted the 13 demon gods of hell. Get ready. It's coming. Demon Lord. We are always ready. The demon gods of the demon world were very excited. They had been looking forward to this day. Great. The Queen of Demons is about to come to the demon world, so how far will the return of the Lord of Demons be? The carefully crafted 13-step platform began to roar, and the magic patterns emerged with a sinful light. Lilith, who was on the highest floor of the holy tower, polluted the altar with blood, and then brought Jonah to the altar. Are you ready? In the future, when you go out to travel with him, I can also follow him. This kind of following is not very recommended. Jonah chuckled and put her hair behind her ears. Then I'm willing to do it. Lilith stopped talking, and pushed Jonah into the blood of the altar. As the devil's magic circle lit up, Jonah's figure disappeared instantly. In the demon world, a dark purple meteor streaked through the light gray sky and finally fell on the 13-step platform. Endless magic power condensed at this moment, and gathered on Jonah's body. In a blink of an eye, her pupils turned into a ghostly purple, and her head grew curved horns symbolizing depravity, and the devil's tail stretched out from behind her. The originally youthful and beautiful temperament instantly became enchanting and evil. The powerful fluctuations of magic power made the surrounding demons kneel down in front of the platform. Welcome. The Queen of Demons is coming. However, the next moment, a magic circle suddenly lit up under Jonah's feet. Then, a powerful holy light was sacrificed and injected into her body. The divine covenant hidden in her body was immediately activated. Jonah, who had just completed the demon ascension ceremony, was bathed in the divine light, and disappeared from the platform in an instant, and went to the divine realm with the divine light. The demons kneeling beside the platform were stunned. How? Just arrived and left? Did we just meet the Queen of Demons? How come she disappeared in the blink of an eye? We met her, but met loneliness? Wright was not in the mood to care about what the demons thought. He was paying close attention to Jonah's situation at the moment. In fact, he just played a little trick. If Jonah ascended to the god directly, it would be fine. However, in the end, she would only end up at the height of a god, and be controlled by the goddess of holy light Aphra. Wright didn't want this. Since she wants to ascend to godhood, she should maximize the benefits. First, she will become a demon, make some money, and then she will ascend to godhood from demon. She will make a lot of money again. This is much more than if she ascends to godhood directly. In addition, the divinity of the god of light that he just sacrificed. After Jonah is promoted to godhood, she can be on an equal footing with Aphra. She will not be a subordinate god. Instead, she and Aphra will become the twin goddesses of holy light. From a master-servant relationship, it has become a combination relationship. The status is suddenly different. Only in this way can she be truly unrestrained. She can chat if she wants to, and she can descend if she wants. When Jonah appeared in front of the goddess of holy light, Aphra was completely confused. How did you come up? No. How come your divinity is just a little higher than mine? Jonah also understood Wright's intentions at this moment, and now she had to bite the bullet and smile. Maybe Wright used too much strength. On the lake, feeling the reconnection of the holy light, Wright dispersed the crimson brilliance all over his body and looked back at the stunned sage of reason. Now, we can have a good chat. Thank you. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded from behind Wright. He turned around and saw a demon in a tuxedo standing behind him. Chapter 130, Warm Invitation, Apology, and Update. Sorry, I was wrong. I will never interrupt the chapter like that again. Please readers, don't raise books. It's not easy to raise a seedling, it's easy to die. We are a daily producer. Don't raise it. Lie, it's me. The demon in front of him looked a little thin and tired. He forced a smile with difficulty and spoke again. Thank you. Thank you me. Thank you all of you. The lie demon took a deep breath. The air between this world is still so sweet. Wright's body instantly lit up with a crimson light, and the sin light split into two, slashing towards the lie. The fight between you and me is just a lie. However, the next moment, the two staggered, as if nothing had happened. But the lie demon's collar was cut open, and a faint knife mark appeared on his pale neck. Lie covered his neck, and looked at Wright in surprise. Wonderful. This red light is very similar to the holy light. The only difference is that the holy light is mixed with love and holiness. But this red light is full of murderous intent. It combines human emotions with light and then displays it in various colors. It is even mixed with willpower. That's right. In the eyes of the world, red means killing and anger. What a genius design. Wright made a knife flower. Have you finished praising? Do I need you to praise? Go to hell. Wait. Mr. Wright, why do we have to face life and death? Lie quickly raised his hand to stop him. My opposition with you is a lie itself, isn't it? Heh. An invisible force field unfolded from Wright's body, directly offsetting the ability of the lie demon. Seeing this scene, the lie demon was greatly surprised. Are you also the controller of concepts? Oh, I shouldn't ask this. Of course you are the controller of concepts. As the lie demon spoke, an invisible force field suddenly erupted from his body and crushed towards Wright. Wright showed no weakness and also opened an invisible force field on his body. The two sides collided with each other halfway, and suddenly the whole world was wailing and crying. It was like a huge bubble about to burst. Facing the temptation of the demon of lies, Wright was not worried. Although his lies were strong, his emergence was also strong enough. Emergence is the light of hope and miracle that blooms in the entropy increase of ultimate despair. Meaningless matter constitutes cells, but activity emerges. Mixed cells constitute organs, but functions emerge. Different organs constitute individuals, but life emerges. Disturbed life individuals constitute society, but civilization emerges. If heat death is the saddest, most desperate, and most unshakable end of the universe, then every emergence is a confrontation and struggle against this predetermined end. It is the hope that sprouts from the gathering of trivial phenomena. It is the light of miracle that goes against entropy and the doomed despair. In front of this power, lies are not enough. Snap. The concept force field of the lie demon collapsed, and he was shocked and retreated repeatedly, looking at Wright with great surprise. How majestic. How mysterious. I was right to rush here. You didn't escape. Through the confrontation just now, Wright felt it all at once. The other part his concept of lies is incomplete. You are not a lie. No, you are another lie. The lie demon from 1,000 years ago is still sealed, and you are the new lie demon born in this 1,000 years. No, my friend, there has always been only one lie demon. Lie bowed again. Thank you, my friend. You are my creator. The goddess of holy light is isolated from the world, and her seal under Dragon Island has weakened to the extreme, allowing my consciousness to escape a small part. And the way you just let Cinderella enter the demon world first, and then ascend to the god world, let the power of lies overflow unprecedentedly. It also gave me, finally, the opportunity to transform. What does Cinderella have to do with you? Wright frowned slightly, and didn't expect that Emily really guessed it right. When you touch the taboo, it is naturally related to the taboo. Light looked at the Sage of Reason in the light cage. See? This is the end of blind experiments. Everything has been secretly marked with a price. The reason why the power of will and the blessing weapon were eliminated by the power of faith and the holy weapon is because they are too unstable. If you are not careful, it will cause an unknown disaster. The devil of lies was still advising, don't be angry, my friend. There will always be lies in this world. Even if there is no opportunity today, I will be destined to be born, but it will be later. Light raised his two swords. There will always be lies in the world, but it is safer without the devil of lies. Don't you want to know about the dragon of the end? Light breaks suddenly, splashing water. Do you think I will believe you? Of course you can believe the devil of lies, because when I didn't activate my power, what I said was true. The devil of lies still had that smiling look. Dragons, what unreasonable creatures. Their existence will neither evolve nor develop, and they can't be used to harvest faith. They are born strong, have the minimum civilization, but inherit the supreme wisdom. So, what is the meaning of their existence? All dragons, no matter how powerful, rebellious, or independent they are, will return to the dragon tomb of Dragon Island without hesitation at the end of their lives. It seems that their whole lives are preparing for death. Mr. Wright, magic will not disappear out of thin air. Even death will not. For so many years, so many dragons have died in the dragon cave. Where did their powerful magic and terrifying souls go? Wright clenched the sin light and his face darkened. The devil of lies was still talking. Mr. Wright, where did the witch's inspiration come from? What secrets did the Tower of Truth get from its research on the dragons? Why did the dragons stay indoors and refuse to participate when the Tower of Truth was destroyed? Why did they admit the identity of the Holy Dragon of Light Chimera created by the Tower of Truth? Why are the always arrogant dragons unwilling to delve into the Tower of Truth? Aren't you curious? Don't you realize that something is wrong with Dragon Island? Wright looked back at the Sage of Reason in the light prison, but the devil of lies laughed. If you expect to get an answer from him, I advise you not to waste your energy. He is not the Sage of Reason. The real Sage of Reason had already died in that battle. He is the remnant left by the obsession and curse of the Sage of Reason. Wright remembered the extremely broken body of the other party when they first met, and he could not help but nod slightly. Indeed, I said that his behavior is not like the three sages in the rumors. He is actually obsessed with the power of the gods, but it turns out that he is just the remnant after death. For those who touch the taboo, death is a luxury for them. The devil of lies stretched out his hand to Light. Mr. Light, I know you like this world. If you don't want to see it destroyed, join forces with me. We each get what we need. Looking at the hand stretched out by the devil of lies, Light thought again and again, and walked forward slowly. It sounds like I have no reason to refuse. The smile on the face of the devil of lies became even bigger. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Clang. Light's two swords came out together and slashed fiercely on the body of the devil of lies. But, I refuse. My favorite thing is to say no to those who think they are right. Wright's eyes were filled with red light, and he was infinitely arrogant. What the dragon of the end? What the demon of lies? I don't care what kind of monsters you are. Ghosts and goblins. Dare to attack my place of residence, and you will be reduced to ashes. The face of the demon of lies was full of horror, but then it was full of endless madness. Yes. Ha 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 ha. That's good. This is interesting enough. Then Mr. Wright, I want to confirm. You will go to Dragon Island, right? If I don't go, who will take you on the road? The demon of lies took a deep breath with satisfaction, and then bowed deeply. Then, goodbye to Dragon Island, my friend. In the red light, the body of the demon of lies fell apart. But Wright knew that his body was only temporarily collapsed. There will be no shortage of lies in this world, and he will reunite at the next lie soon. Dragon Island. Huh. Wright looked back at the cage of light. Forget it. Let's deal with this thing in front of us first. Stuart, you like private servers so much. Then let me use you to make an optimization upgrade. Huang Dao didn't mean to stop updating. It was a bad habit left by the previous website. I wrote subconsciously. When I wrote fast, I will never dare to do it again. Chapter 131 Private Server Upgrade. With Jonah's successful ascension to the god, the inherent gods of the Holy Light Church changed from the original goddess of the only true god to the twin goddesses of Holy Light. Her arrival saved the precarious Holy Light Church. The clergy and paladins of the Holy Light Church instantly recovered their strength and brought down the most terrible divine punishment on those criminals who tried to take advantage of the fire. On the lake, Wright spread his hands in front of the Sage of Reason in the cage. The red light dissipated again, and the Sin Light Greatsword had also been restored to its original state. The Holy Light emerged again, and a familiar feeling surged in Wright's heart. First, adjust my private server. Because of the sacrifice of flesh and soul, the channel between him and the private server was occupied. Wright first sealed the holy shackles on his body. This restored the bridge connection between himself and the two goddesses of the god realm. At that time, Wright regarded the god of light as the authority of the Holy Light Goddess, allowing his private server to obtain the authority of the channel server. Now with Jonah's assistance in the god realm, the channel server has become an official server partition. With Jonah's authority, Wright quickly eliminated the problem and established a link with the private server again. Very good. Then next, Wright opened the altar and began to pray to the gods. Jonah, Afra, are you all here? Right, we are all here. Are you okay? Are you adapting after becoming a god? Hey. Afra's voice squeezed in. What the hell is going on? How come I didn't see it at a glance? My position as a god has been divided. Half of my divine power has also been taken away. How can it be considered robbing when it comes to gods? I'm doing this for your own good. I found a helper for you. Now you see, the crisis has been resolved, and you have become stronger. Win-win. How great. You. Afra gnashed her teeth in hatred. She was a good goddess of holy light. Suddenly, it became an equal share with others, even if it's to save the crisis. You are but halfway through. Afra changed her mind and said, oh, now Jonah has become one of the twin goddesses of holy light. When the time comes, the devil of lies will come for revenge. You can't just turn a blind eye. Ha. Now you have to help. You're shooting yourself in the foot, right? Right. There are times when you are too clever by your own good. Wright saw that she was laughing so happily, and after thinking about it, he decided not to tell her that the devil of lies had no intention of taking revenge on her. I'm going to use this fool from the Tower of Truth to upgrade my private server and share it with you too. From now on, all Holy Light believers will have the right to use the new religious ring. This will be of great benefit to you two in developing believers, cultivating faith, and gathering divinity. However, next, you two have to do something. Jonah naturally obeyed. Okay. Afra was obviously still a little emotional. No, I'm a goddess. You have to beg me. Huh. You stupid goddess. The crisis has just passed, and you're getting carried away. Really? Right. Is it really okay to talk to me like this? Your wife is in my hands. Jonah's shy voice came. Lady Goddess, don't talk nonsense. Wright and I haven't gotten married yet. TSK. Wright's forehead veins popped. Jonah, you don't have to call her Lady Goddess. You have the same status as her now. If you really count, your divinity is higher than hers. In the Holy Light Twin Goddess combination, you are the dominant one. Hey, Afra. Don't be so arrogant. Although you are a goddess, but I'm your agent. Let me tell you, no matter how popular an idol is, if he dares to mess with his agent, the final outcome will be miserable. Be careful or I will make you an outdated idol, and then let Jonah go solo. Woo. Nana, your husband is so fierce. He yelled at me. Wright's mouth twitched. Where did this ulterior motive bestie come from? Jonah could only smile. Lady Afra, don't make trouble. Wright is also doing this for our own good. Wright said faintly, I regret it. I should have killed Afra directly and helped Jonah to take the position. But now, it seems not too late. Afra was startled, and her voice became serious. Okay. Let's do business. Where is the gangster in the Tower of Truth? Use divine punishment on him. Wright took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Jonah. I'm here, Wright. As you can see, this goddess is an idiot. So in the future, if she cries and throws a tantrum and asks you to help her do her job, ignore her. Okay. Wright shook his head. Even if he said so himself, Jonah, who was soft-hearted, would probably still be unable to resist agreeing to some of Afra's rude requests. By then, her situation would be the same as it was 3 years ago, with all the work to do by herself. Or, in other words, the same as before he first arrived here 5 years ago. So this time, he must perfect his private service to minimize Jonah's hard work. Wright made a move with both hands, splitting the prayer array in front of him into two and moving them to both sides of the light prison. The Sage of Reason in the cage seemed to be aware of the danger and was still struggling to escape. But at this moment, his divinity and divine power had been stripped away and sacrificed. With his broken body, he could not break free from Wright's seal at all. Above the two arrays, the shadows of Afra and Jonah slowly emerged. Follow my spiritual power. Wright placed the Synlight greatsword in front of him, and the twin goddesses followed his spiritual power, transforming into two perfect holy light rings, and then pushed them towards the light prison in the middle. The power of the ring was constantly rotating, and the power output of the two goddesses gradually became synchronized from the initial chaos. Wright held the holy sword Synlight, and led the private server down, turning it into a complex and constantly moving photon cloud, suspended above the light prison of the Sage of Reason. This photon cloud was like a giant brain, and every flash of photons marked a calculation and operation. Wright initially built it up bit by bit, and it is running very well so far. Now, he is about to make the biggest innovation, and upgrade to it. Stuart, the crime you committed cannot be completely redeemed even by death. Therefore, I hereby sentence you. You will gradually erode yourself in endless toil and hardship, and all your knowledge and wisdom will be used as the price of atonement, to atone forever for the sins of all living beings in this world. The infinite ring of truth. Condensed here. Buzz. The two light rings instantly enveloped Stuart in the light prison, and decomposed and absorbed him. No. No. My wisdom. Me. Amidst Stuart's screams, the two light rings moved faster and faster, and then twisted and merged together. In the end, the two light rings turned into the shape of Mobius ring of. As the infinite ring of truth moved faster and faster, the photon cloud above it was also drawn into it. The two complemented each other, and condensed into a brand new phenomenon. It's done. The infinite ring of truth. Chapter 132. Being a human being, you must be fair. Asking for monthly tickets. When the infinite holy principle aura returned, the entire upgrade process was declared complete. The first person to discover the change was naturally the former holy light goddess Afra. Wow. What is this? This. What is this? Wright answered expressionlessly. The Believe Management Automation System, the Faith Automatic Harvesting and Processing System, the Holy Spell Big Data Indexing System, and the Intelligent Pre-Processing System. Although I don't understand what you are saying, I always feel that it looks very powerful. Afra rubbed her hands excitedly. Well, then, with this infinite holy principle aura, what else do we need to do? It basically covers all major and minor matters. If there are special circumstances, the intelligent pre-processing system will handle them on our behalf. After all, it uses the consciousness of the Sage of Principle, so I think the processing results of the intelligent pre-processing system may be more reasonable than those of you as a goddess. Therefore, basically, you two don't have to do anything. You just need to be responsible for continuing to be beautiful, and by the way, attend some holy activities to strengthen the people's faith. Afra covered her mouth and almost cried out. If you have such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? First of all, we can realize so many functions mainly thanks to the dedication of the Sage of Reason, one of the three great sages of the Tower of Truth. Secondly, I have no relationship with you. Why should I open up the permissions to you? Afra was not angry, but hugged Jonah, who had not figured out what was going on. Sister. From today on, you are my sister Nana. We are the twin goddesses of love and peace. Good sisters. Blood is thicker than water. No one can separate us. Jonah didn't know what happened, but she understood that all this was Wright's intention. She smiled sweetly at him, and everything was self-explanatory. Wright looked at Afra hugging Jonah, feeling very unhappy. Let her go. No. Let go. Stand still, and next I will tell you about the current division of power between the two of you. Oh. Wright looked at the sky. The night had gradually faded, and the light of dawn was about to illuminate the world. Today is the holy day of Advent. At noon, when the sun is at its brightest, the goddess will descend from the divine realm to bestow blessings on the believers. Calculating the time, it is already very tight, so he also speeds up his speech. Afra, all your original authority remains unchanged, but the part about light needs to be shared with Jonah. But the authority about the sacred part still belongs to you alone. Jonah, you will get most of the authority of light from Afra, which is possessed by all the gods of light laws. It is considered to be a universal authority. In this world, you have to share it with her. The light ring also needs to be shared by the two of you. Its users are mainly Protestants. But after this upgrade, and the Holy Light Goddess has become the Holy Light Twin Goddess. Therefore, the light ring has been upgraded to dual core processing. The specific changes that it can only perform single system changes, and it has been upgraded to dual system combination magic. For example, the original Protestant clergy can use the light and fire ring to cast fire magic with the power of holy light. But now, they can use the light, fire and wind dual coring to cast fire and wind mixed magic with the power of holy light. Of course, they can still use the light and firing, but the power and conversion speed will be greatly improved. As for the conversion part and the element imprint part, you two don't have to worry. This tedious and boring work will be handled by the self-consciousness of the infinite holy principle aura. In other words, the sage of principle who has lost himself. Therefore, for you, there are only benefits, no burden. And because the holy principle aura is now open to Afra, it means that not only the Protestants, but all holy light clergy can use the light law aura. At this point, Wright looked at Jonah. In the original God of Light, that is, in the disguise of Stuart, the Sage of Reason, there was some authority of the law that he got from somewhere. I gave it to you. So the general division now is that Afra is the holy light, and you are the light of law. I won't explain Afra's side, it's no different from her previous authority. But on your side, the law has many derivatives, including but not limited to judgment, trial, punishment, and punishment. At this time, Afra suddenly interrupted. If you find it difficult to control, you can grant these powers to the high-level angels under your command and let them help you do things. Wright was stunned for a moment. You can do this. But do we have angels in the Holy Light department? I have only seen them in the literature, but I haven't seen any. In the god realm, it seems that you are the only god who is busy. Afra blushed. It's too expensive to raise angels. I'm living a tight life. How can I afford to raise angels? No, the faith in this world is so firm, and there are enough believers. As a god who monopolizes a rich world, you should be able to save up a lot of god coins. There is no reason. Afra's eyes began to wander, and she didn't dare to look at Light and Jonah. Tell the truth. Ahem. I have always wanted a presentable artifact. What does it look like for a god like me to always be empty-handed? But you also know that it costs a lot of money to create artifacts. Light nodded expressionlessly, stretched out his hand to open the holy halo, and assigned all financial authority to Jonah. From today on, you will go to Jonah every month to collect your pocket money. Ah. No. Give me back the financial power. You don't even have money. How can you have finances? Light rubbed his temples and reached out to pick up the ring on his chest. Lilith, are you listening? I am. Help me gather the assets of the demon world and see how much liquid funds can be mobilized without affecting the industrial chain. Find channels to exchange them into divine coins and send them to Jonah. Lilith sneered. You really provide nanny-like service. Who would have thought that the great goddess of light is a pauper? To be honest, I feel very complicated now, and I regret sending Jonah up. Afra raised her hands heartlessly. Great. We can have angels too. Did they say they bought it for you? In this way, we don't have to do anything in the future? Sister Nana, why don't you ascend to godhood earlier? Afra happily hugged Jonah. By the way, right, there are two of us now, and when we are promoted to the god of rules, we need more divinity. Therefore, whether it is the gazing eye of the sea god Brosti or the holy crown of the Sun King, I'll leave it to you. Are you so obsessed with the crown of the Sun King of the elves? With it, I don't have to work so hard on the artifact casting. You don't know how bad my luck is. All those god coins are gone. Looking at the tearful Afra, Wright suddenly lost the desire to confront her. Really, as a god who has come to this point, he no longer wants to put any extra pressure on her. Wright looked at Jonah, give her 4 high-level angels and closely monitor any Krypton gold behavior she has. Okay, it's getting late, and the holy day ceremony is still going on. You two should get ready, and I have to go back to the Vatican to take a look. Wright pulled Jonah's phantom hand. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. Jonah nodded obediently. I know. In a few prayer hours, won't we be able to see each other again? Yeah. Jonah took Afra's hand. Then let's go back. Right. See you later. The figures of the twin gods of holy light turned into glittering starlight and disappeared before their eyes. Wright wanted to leave, but he suddenly found that there were large and small black muds floating on the lake. They were the remains of hallmarks. Wright knew that it was not good to leave such a dangerous thing here, so he stretched out his hand to open the space array and took out a walnut-sized meatball from it. It was a disaster-level containment object, the growing flesh and blood. However, it was much more obedient than at the beginning. Wright threw it into the water. Eat it all up. At first, the growing flesh and blood was a little shy, as if it had reformed. When Wright took out the Synlight greatsword and gestured twice, it immediately went into working mode and began to quickly devour the surrounding lake water and black mud. In the blink of an eye, everything here was eaten up by it. Pour this big lake. After the last destruction, it was finally filled with water, but now it is empty again. Wright snapped his fingers, and the growing flesh and blood shrunk wisely, and finally became the size of a fist, and jumped back into Wright's hand. Seeing the black lines appearing on the bright red flesh, Wright frowned. Can use to evolve. However, it is still very useful for large-scale clearing. After saying that, he put the growing flesh into his pocket, took back the Synlight greatsword, and then stood up, and flew towards the holy city. At this time, the holy city had returned to peace. Those who dared to come and take advantage of the fire were either killed on the spot, or arrested and interrogated in the Inquisition. When Wright returned to the holy tower, only Lilith was left, lying on the bed, where Jonah had lain. Where are the people? Why are they all gone? Lilith closed her eyes. They are gone, all gone. After the power of the holy light was restored, everyone went out to do their work. After all, this place is too high. It is better to stay in the Pope's palace to command the overall situation. Wright came to the bed, looked at Lilith with her eyes closed, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Hey, Lilith, what are you doing? I'm not Lilith. I'm Sleeping Beauty. Who Sleeping Beauty can talk? Mine can. Then what do you want? Woo. That's not fair. You kissed her, and she kissed you too. I've been with you for so long, and you never. Wright lowered his head and kissed her, interrupting Lilith's words. Miss Succubus opened her eyes with a blush on her pretty face, and the moment Wright raised his head, she opened her mouth and bit him. Okay, that's fair. Then, can we go now? The celebration is about to begin. Let's go. Chapter 133 A Bright Future. Subscription request. Light took Lilith down from the holy tower, and went to the Pope's palace, to meet up with everyone. As soon as they arrived at the main conference hall of the Pope's palace, they saw a group of people surrounding the unconscious Pope, fanning and pouring water on him. He ran over quickly, and separated the crowd. Teacher, what's wrong with you? What happened? The goddess has returned to her position. The power of holy light has been restored. Why is the teacher unconscious? The people around looked at each other, hesitating and not daring to speak. Tell me, what's going on? Could it be that the remnants of the truth have attacked the teacher? Seeing that Light was about to go berserk again, Delmond spoke quickly. No. The Pope fainted from crying. Wright was stunned on the spot, crying, fainted. Why? Could it be that the loss in the holy city is huge? The cardinal smacked his lips. That's right, your teacher. until the Holy Light Goddess turned into the Holy Light Twin Goddesses. He suddenly broke down and cried. No one could persuade him, and he finally fainted from crying. It's okay to turn into twin goddesses, one of which is Jonah, his proud disciple. Besides, he is not that pious. Aphra herself is so happy. Why is he crying? Delman smiled awkwardly. He thinks that, if the goddess becomes two, all the statues in the churches around the world must be replaced. The newly published 5.0 version of the Holy Light book must be completely invalidated and rewritten and issued. The old coins must also be invalidated and recast. There are also many symbolic emblems, sculptures, etc., all of which must be replaced with new ones. The Pope wailed on the spot. How much money does this cost? He fainted from crying. Wright took several steps back expressionlessly. I suddenly remembered that I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. When the teacher wakes up, don't tell him that I was here. Thank you. After saying that, he turned and left, his face flushed. When the two of them walked out of the Pope's palace, Lilith couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed out loud. Oh, don't feel embarrassed. Everyone has long known the Pope's temper. It's just that I didn't expect that his perspective on things is so unique. Wright shook his head. A goddess who spends money lavishly, and a stingy Pope. This Holy Light Church should be destroyed. Now it's your family's property. Is it really okay to say such things? I regret it. Wright gritted his teeth. I must hold this account for the remnants of truth. You wait and see. I must kill all these bastards. Lilith rubbed Wright's cheek. But today, let's have some fun first. Okay, let's go. As soon as the two walked down the stairs, they met Taylor, who came over, followed by Dross and Emily. I've heard from Lilith that you three have done a good job. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Boss, I've done my job well. Right, Flando has gone to the Holy New City. Should we go and see her? Wright nodded repeatedly after hearing this. That's good. After all, the God of Light is gone, and replaced by the Light of Law incarnate by Jonah. There may be some changes in the Protestant church, so it's better to be cautious. Let's go and take a look. The group followed the road towards the Holy New City, and on the way the three of them talked about how they turned the tide in the darkest moment, when the Holy Light was not visible. So, the barbarians, elves, and dwarves all took action at the critical moment? Yes. That barbarian. Very powerful. Taylor patted his chest and said, I have an appointment with him. I will treat him to a drink later. Adros held the bloodthirsty sword at his waist and said, the people coming here are the helpers of the dwarves. Their fighting style is very peculiar, and it is eye-opening. Moreover, the dwarves seem to have a close relationship with the Dark Clan. Among the Dark Clan under my command, there are acquaintances of the dwarves. In addition, the dwarves are fascinated by the black gold bloodthirsty sword, and want to borrow it from me. I agreed, but I told them to wait until the celebration is over. Light nodded. Okay, that's good. The dwarves can be trusted for now. Their relationship with the Dark Clan has historical reasons. Oh, by the way, boss, there is a grey-bearded dwarf among them. He said that the thing you asked him to make is almost ready. He asked if you have time to find him in a few days. Wright immediately remembered. I didn't expect my holy shield embryo to be so soon. That's perfect. Let's go together in 2 days. Taylor, you have to come too. Getting to know the dwarves will be good for you to strengthen the holy new army in the future. Okay, boss. The elves are helping me. Emily tilted her head, but they look at me strangely. Also, why don't I see any male elves? After hearing this, Wright smiled and said, the way the pure-blooded elves reproduce is to breed with the ancient tree of life. I don't know why, their ancient tree of life has some problems. Since humans dominated the world, they have been unable to give birth to male offspring. Since the death of the last Elven King, the Elven Queen has been governing the country. The Elven Empire has gradually transformed into a real country of daughters. There is even no news of the birth of male offspring among the half-elves. This is also one of the reasons why the elves gradually declined. After all, female elves are born archers and magicians, but druids are basically inherited by male elves. This unknown disaster directly led to the extinction of the druid inheritance. As for why they look at you strangely, don't you know what's going on? In the future, try to be low-key in front of the elves. Wright said, by the way, did the sea people help? The three of them shook their heads and said, no, but I understand. The sea people are very capable in the water, but they are much less capable on land. Yeah, I know. Wright didn't comment and didn't know what he was thinking. What are you thinking about? Lilith shook Wright's hand. They can all stand on their own. Isn't this a good thing? Oh, of course it's a good thing. Moreover, this is just the starting point. You will all have a bright future in the future. Although it was an ordinary pie in the sky, the three people who performed brilliantly in this turmoil were still very useful, and they all walked with their heads held high. Looking at the backs of the three people, Wright wanted to laugh for some reason, and he lowered his head and asked Lilith quietly, what do you think of the relationship between the Sea Tribe and the Dragon Tribe? I think that as a tribe, the relationship between them and the Dragon Tribe is not that good. That makes sense. What's wrong with the Sea Tribe? The Dragon Island of the Dragon Tribe is on the sea. I think it's probably impossible to avoid the Sea Tribe. Lilith hit Wright in dissatisfaction. Hey, why are you here again? I told you to have a good time today and stop thinking about these things. Let's analyze it after the celebration. Okay. As they were talking, the group had already arrived at the holy new city. As soon as they entered the city, Flando hurriedly came to greet them. Master. Flando, is everything okay here? Everything is fine, but... Flando came forward and whispered, Master, are the two goddesses coming this time going to the holy city? Do we have a chance in the holy new city? Wright slapped his forehead. Yes. I forgot about this. Hurry up. Bring people to build the altar. Another day of 10,000. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please. Chapter 134 God loves the world, but he loves you more. Wright had been committed to cultivating another administrative team outside the Holy City, which is the current Protestant Holy Temple Holy New City system. The purpose is very simple, that is, one day, after Jonah ascends to the goddess, she will have a complete set of assets of her own. In this way, there is no need to worry about Aphra making trouble. But now the situation is that the two of them have become a twin goddess combination, and Jonah is still the main position. Then the original team will not be very useful. It is not very useful, but since it is prepared, it should not be wasted. The classical sects of the Holy City can continue to perform their original duties, such as some newly developed projects and businesses, which can be completely undertaken and operated by the Protestant faction. The two goddesses have clear powers, so it is best to operate their subordinates separately. This is also unavoidable. After all, Jonah is now deeply bound to Aphra. But as long as the two break through to the realm of the God of Rules, they can naturally separate. Thinking of this, Wright couldn't help scratching his head. Now, helping the goddess collect the lost divine nature of light has become their own business. Unexpected things. Everyone, come on. Let's try to finish it before the morning of the Holy Coming. Wright stood in the church grounds of the Holy New City, directing everyone to build a temporary altar. This time, Wright plans to bring Jonah to the new city. This will allow everyone to have a deeper understanding of her as a new god, and at the same time, deepen the status of the Protestant Church. The original Protestant Church was the largest sect among the opposition sects. After this Holy Coming Day, the Protestant Church will become the second ruling sect. Although it's just a temporary altar, we must show our devout faith and sincere heart. Lilith stood by and said faintly, put away your selfishness. Those who know you are setting up the altar to welcome the goddess, and those who don't know you would think you are preparing for a proposal ceremony. Wright looked at her with a smile. What's wrong with you today? I haven't seen you like this when Emily and Flanda were with me on weekdays. Lilith put her hands on her waist and narrowed her eyes slightly. They are all harmless kittens. Only Jonah is a well-matched opponent. Let me tell you, wherever you two go today, I'll go there. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Humph. Wright was very angry. What can I think? I'm a gentleman. The kind who reads the spring and autumn annals. I just plan to take her out for a meal, go shopping, spend some money, and buy some nice clothes for her to wear. Then, when she is tired of shopping, I will take her home to have a good rest. By the way, let's discuss life and ideals in depth. Lilith stepped on Wright's foot in anger. You are very skilled. Why didn't I see you take me out to eat, go shopping, go home to rest, talk about life ideals, etc. Let's be reasonable. If I attack you before the blockade, I will be disqualified from the world. Lilith pouted. Wow. It's not fair. If you have the ability, wait until I recover to my full form. Let's have a fair fight. I haven't rushed for more than 3 years. I don't believe she has the nerve to do that. Wright immediately said, it's just thunder without rain, right? Squeeze out some tears. While the two were arguing, strange phenomena began to appear in the sky. A large amount of holy light filled the sky, and everyone who was illuminated by this holy light felt a sense of happiness all over their body. All believers knelt down and prayed devoutly in the direction of the altar. Wright raised his head and looked at the sky. It's about to begin. Then, a holy light fell from the sky and rushed towards the holy square of the holy city. However, halfway through, the holy light split into two. One beam continued to fall towards the holy city, while the other beam actually fell into the makeshift altar in the holy new city. The holy light goddess Aphra once again descended into the altar of the holy city, her tall divine shadow illuminating the world and bestowing blessings on her believers. The holy light goddess Jonah descended into the church square of the holy new city for the first time. Her beautiful and sacred divine shadow was also tall and sacred, bestowing supreme blessings. The believers of the holy light religion were more pious than ever before. Although the Holy See had issued an emergency notice to inform the believers that the holy light goddess had become the Gemini goddess, most of the believers were still not very clear. After all, there were too many believers of the holy light, and the Holy See did not have very developed communication tools. It would definitely be too late to rely on word of mouth. Therefore, when the Gemini goddesses descended, the believers still had a certain panic. But soon, Aphra's voice appeared in their minds. The former holy light goddess solemnly declared to all the believers in the world, from today on, the holy light goddess will be a twin goddess. The blessing and grace for the believers will also be doubled. This good thing of increasing the quantity without increasing the price naturally received praise and ecstasy from most believers. Of course, there are still some crazy believers who do not understand this. But in such an important celebration, the great holy light goddess herself announced and acknowledged it. So as believers, even if they have objections, they have to put it aside. After the initial shock and ecstasy, the holy scripture was able to continue. The ceremony in the holy city was naturally led by the Pope, and it was definitely Wright who conducted it in the holy new city. After a series of tedious ceremonies and lengthy praise prayers, the choir sang praises to the holy light goddess. The new city did not have time to prepare, so Wright simply asked Flando to lead all the believers in a chorus. Although the quality may not be as high as that of the professionals in the holy city, this kind of hymn that every believer can participate in is unexpectedly good. Wait until the end. It is the blessing of the goddess. The two goddesses of holy light bestowed supreme blessings and solemnly declared to all the believers of holy light in the world, God, love the world. But in the ears of Lilith, there was an extra half sentence of Jonah's special benefits. But, I love you more. When the light dissipated, the shadows of the two goddesses gradually faded, symbolizing the official end of the 3-year Holy Coming ceremony. At the same time, it also marked the official start of the one-day Holy Coming Carnival celebration. People will have fun and celebrate to their heart's content. The beautiful and enthusiastic atmosphere filled the whole world. Lilith walked down the altar with a bright face and stood beside Lilith, smiling. Hey, that's enough. Did you agree to meet somewhere? Ah, I forgot. Huh. You want to trick me? Are you going to leave me behind unexpectedly? Do you need to be so guarded? You have to believe in my determination. You have determination? No. Just as the two were arguing and quarreling, someone suddenly patted Lilith's shoulder gently. He turned around and found Saint Jonah, dressed as a nun, looking at him with a smile. I borrowed your Holy Guard Advent system. How is it? Is it okay? Wright didn't say anything, but Lilith was particularly strict. Did you refine your figure? Jonah reached out and held Lilith's hand. Right, wait a moment, I'll talk to Lilith. After that, before Wright agreed, Jonah took her to a quiet alley. The two girls chatted for a long time and finally waved to Wright at the same time. Wright, who didn't know what was going on, naturally ran over quickly. What's wrong? What did you say? Lilith reluctantly stuffed Jonah's hand into Wright's hand. Okay. You go play. I'll go find Emily and the others. But, only half a day. Only half a day. After that, Lilith turned and left, and soon disappeared in the lively crowd. Looking at the direction where Lilith left, Wright couldn't help scratching his head. What did you say to her? She was so determined to follow us just now. I said to her. Jonah hugged Wright's arm, and leaned her head on his shoulder naturally. I said that in my original future, I wanted to entrust the 4 children you, and I gave birth to her to take care of. Only when she and you take care of them together, I will feel at ease. Then, Lilith agreed to let me date you alone. Wright lowered his head, and kissed Jonah on the cheek, then reached out to hug the new goddess of light who was admired by everyone. Then let's go. I have prepared a lot of dating projects. Let's make up for the procedures and everything. Hey, I thought you hated procedures the most. I like this kind of procedure very much. Chapter 135 Dragon Island is gone. In the early morning, Lilith kicked Wright's door open. She ran barefoot for a while, then jumped onto the bed. She hit Wright's back hard, and the latter screamed. Then, she continued to lie on the bed pretending to be a corpse. Hey. Lilith sat on Wright sideways, shaking her two crystal white feet. It's about time to cheer up, right? The Holy Advent ceremony is over, and your Jonah has returned to the God realm for 3 days. How long do you want to pretend to be dead? If you miss her, just summon her down again. Wright buried his face in the pillow. I don't have time. She's too busy. The Holy Light Goddess has become too. Not only is the church busy revising the doctrine, but she and Aphra are also busy. The newly purchased angels have also been delivered, and they are also busy delegating authority. Because this change is quite sudden, believers from all over the country have reacted strongly, and it may take a while to calm down. At this point, Wright pleaded weakly. Lilith, my back hurts. Help me massage it. Well, if your back hurts, don't sleep all day, your highness. The empty nest saint. Lilith stood up, and began to massage Wright's back. Left, yes, much more comfortable. Your back is quite broad. Is this okay? Lilith pressed down hard, while chatting with Wright. I said, I made an appointment with Taylor and the others today, to go find the dwarf greybeard. The holy shield embryo he promised to make for you is already completed, and waiting for you to take it. Why can't he send it to me? I guess he plans to wait for you to send some more wine, right? Well, let's go out for a walk today. If you continue like this, you will not be a saint, but a waste of sainthood. After saying that, Lilith lay on Wright's back, stretched out her hand to turn his face to the side, and kissed him hard. The goddess's kiss is gone, so I'll have to make do with this lady's kiss. Wright took a deep breath and slowly climbed up. Lilith took his arm around his neck, and hung on his back. Let's go take a look and relax. Call Emily and Flando. Emily is fine, but Flando is busy with things in the Protestant church. Busy. Everyone is busy. It's better to be busy. Lilith was also very surprised. Come to think of it, why aren't you busy? I was originally planning to help everyone in the Holy See share their worries, but the teacher said that they would never let me get involved in church affairs again. They cried and yelled at me to go away, and shouted things like, don't come over here. Oh, don't you think they are too much? Are they looking forward when they need people, and looking back when they don't? Are they destroying bridges after crossing the river? Do they beat the cook when they are full, and beat the monks after they finish chanting? Lilith shook her head. Although I don't know what a monk is, I can understand them. After all, you are a person who can't be controlled, and you have created several very weird but hard to say where weird sects are. This time the Pope will give you the Order of the Holy Man, allowing you to represent him in handling the affairs of the Holy Visitation ceremony. Wright looked up unconvinced. What's wrong? I solved a major crisis. Let the holy ceremony go on smoothly. Oh, yes, double it, increase the quantity without increasing the price. The goddess can turn you into two, so it's understandable that the Pope doesn't let you get involved in church affairs anymore. These people are so heartless. I'm about to leave for a visit to Dragon Island. They didn't even try to keep me. Lilith chuckled. I think that they didn't celebrate your departure with gongs, drums, and firecrackers, which is the maximum tolerance. You don't ask for too much. Wright drooped his face. Lilith, did you see it? This is the bloody pain of the workers. I worked so hard, fought so hard, and ran around, working hard. As a result, not only did they not appreciate my efforts, but they also excluded me because they were jealous of my talent. I want to accuse this cannibalistic dark church. Lilith couldn't listen anymore. The Pope of the church is your teacher, and the leader of the Paladin order is also your teacher. One of the goddesses is your girlfriend and fiancé. What kind of worker are you? This world is almost your private property, okay? In your words, even things called street lamps can't hang you. You have to hang in the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the Sunday. You should learn less of my hometown dialect in the future. You really don't know how to be kind. I'm not afraid that you will forget, so I help you write it down. Okay, wash up and eat quickly, then go out for a walk. Tomorrow, the dwarves, elves and other alien delegations will set off. Under Lilith's urging, Wright had to wash up in a hurry, change clothes, and go out with Emily who had just woken up. In order to facilitate Flando's management of the new church, the black horse carriage left by the Inquisition was given to her by Wright. The three of them had to walk this time. When they staggered to the camp, where the dwarf delegation was stationed, they found that Taylor, Adros, Mangu, Greybeard and other dwarves had already started drinking. Ah, boss, you're finally here. Taylor waved his arms and greeted Wright. Here, you're late. You have to drink 3 glasses of wine. Greybeard shouted at the top of his voice. 3 glasses is too little. You have to drink at least 3 barrels. Emily looked at the empty oak barrels like a hill next to her, and her mouth opened in shock. These are all drunk by you? Have you been drinking from yesterday to today? Mangu shook his head repeatedly. No, I started drinking from the morning show today. Right, encore. I saved the best beast milk wine for you. Ha. You kid. You really have hidden goods. Hand it over. Let me taste it first. Adros brought a large glass of wine. Boss, come. Wright took the glass and drank it all, took a deep breath and shouted, great. Come again, come again. He immediately left Lilith and the other two and joined the drunken party. After a few glasses of wine, Wright grabbed Greybeard who was trying to grab the beast milk wine. Hey, where's my shield? I heard you guys have refined it. Okay. But, you have to get it yourself. Wow, are you dwarves so strict? No, we can't lift it. It's too heavy. Light raised his eyebrows. Are you kidding me? The shield is too heavy, and it's not convenient for me to use it. Wow. Your Highness the Holy Sin, you are going too far. You have to use all the debris you gave me, and I have invested so many rare minerals myself. Well, of course it's heavy. Anyway, come and take a look first. The boss's holy weapon embryo? I want to see it too. I want to see it too. Seeing this, Light had to wave his hand. Let's go. Let's take a look together. The crowd cheered, and then, led by Greybeard, came to a huge casting furnace temporarily built by the dwarves. Thanks to your holy sin, we actually invited a magic pattern master from the elves. But not for the shield, but for the magic pattern on this casting furnace, in order to fuse these materials faster and forge them into shape. Please note that this shield is not of the final quality, but only the embryo. I hope everyone will not be surprised. As he spoke, Greybeard suddenly pulled open the curtain covering the shield embryo, revealing the true appearance of the holy shield. When everyone saw the appearance of the shield, they were all dumbfounded. Is this a shield? It looks like it, but why is it so black? So ugly. And it looks very solid. It feels like, when it is thrown out without blocking, it can also have a very good killing power when it is thrown out as a blunt weapon. But what people didn't expect was that Wright was very satisfied. Not bad. It looks harmless, but it hides murderous intent. After saying that, he stretched out his left hand and actually lifted up this very solid shield directly, causing everyone to exclaim. Wright then summoned the Sinlight Greatsword, and with a pose, he really looked like a paladin. Ah, I almost forgot that the boss is a paladin. Yeah, it's easy to overlook. Wright glared at Adros and Taylor, and then demonstrated the standard combat skills of a paladin. The sharp Sinlight coupled with a solid and powerful black shield, gave people a posture that could attack and defend, and was invincible. Wright was very satisfied. That's right, a paladin must have a battle shield. Emily whispered to Lilith, I think a paladin should have a mount. Emily, what did you say? I said that's such a big shield. If you wear it on your body to travel, it will be very difficult, right? Wright raised the shield and nodded. That's right. Although I can lift it, it's still very heavy. Suddenly, a holy light fell straight from the sky without any warning, heading towards Wright. Wright was shocked and immediately raised his shield to push up. The holy light fell on the black shield and was instantly absorbed by it. Platinum colored lines gradually emerged, making the shield look simple and elegant. Adros couldn't help but be shocked. This is God's blessing. This shield has become a divine blessing weapon. Taylor looked confused. What is that? Adros was speechless. Did you not go to any class? A blessing weapon is a very dangerous weapon, and it is very unstable compared to a holy weapon. But the divine blessing weapon formed by God's blessing does not have the instability of a blessing weapon, but has the power of a blessing weapon. It is a treasure that can only be encountered by chance. Wright held the shield, and a warm and familiar feeling came to his heart. He naturally knew who gave this blessing of God. Let's call this shield Holy Shield, Goddess Embrace. Greybeard gave a thumbs up. Good name. I got a solid and thick black shield, no less than you. Do you want to be the first soul to die under this shield? Isn't the shield a defensive weapon? It can also be a weapon. Just as everyone was happily cheering for Wright's new shield, suddenly there was a panic shout behind him. Oh no. Oh no. Wright. Wright, are you there? Something bad has happened. Everyone looked back and found that Cardinal Delman rushed into the camp on horseback, waving the envelope in his hand and shouting without paying any attention to the etiquette of the Archbishop. Quick. Come quickly. Something bad has happened. Wright made a signal to Taylor and Ross, asking them to stop everyone, and he quickly came to the front of the Cardinal. Archbishop, what happened? Dragon Island is gone. No, what does it mean to be gone? You, look for yourself. Wright put the holy sword of sin into the back of his right hand, and the holy shield goddess embrace into his left forearm. He picked up the secret letter and opened it to take a look, and his face suddenly changed. The secret letter was sent by the Red Clothes stationed in the Kedaris port of the First Empire. According to the letter, this Kedaris is the closest port to Dragon Island on the mainland. Merchant ships and fishing boats entering and leaving here can always see the dangerous and mysterious Dragon Island. But just a few days ago, a thick fog enveloped the entire port. When the fog dissipated, when people went out to sea again, they found that Dragon Island had disappeared out of thin air. And the Forbidden Sea area over there, which was originally extremely dangerous, has become navigable. Some people also sank into the sea to look for Dragon Island, to see if it sank, but they found nothing. It was as if the thick fog had swallowed up Dragon Island. He felt that this situation was very abnormal, so he sent the news back as soon as possible. After reading the contents of the letter, Wright's face was uncertain. Wright, do you think it was the devil of lies who did this? It's hard to say. Or maybe Langdeo was afraid of the devil of lies, so he hid himself. It's hard to say. There is too little information to use. The Cardinal was worried. This is not a trivial matter. Wright nodded. It seems that we have to set off early. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, The Thick Fog Cult and the Murderous Ghost. Come on, I'm the best. Come on, I'm the best. In the foggy harbor town, in a shabby tavern, where dock workers take a break, there were exciting voices. Wright, dressed like a cult leader, held a magic speaker in his hand, and shouted loudly at the group of strong men below. What's our slogan? Blood and sweat, but no tears. Lose skin and flesh, but don't fall behind. That's right. If you don't risk your life today, tomorrow your life will cost you. In this world, only your muscles will not let you down. Hoo-ha. These men who helped load and unload goods at the dock roared in unison, posing in a uniform bodybuilding pose, and the scene was once very tense. Very good. God said, we need muscles. So there were muscles. God also said, muscles are the most majestic formal wear for men. God said again, not enough. We also need to supplement with high quality protein. Go to bed early and get up early. Work hard and love life. Praise the God of blood and muscles. The drum of life is vibrating. I'm willing to serve you as my Lord. I only ask for your blessing. Bless our muscles, which are strong and developed. Strong and powerful. Praise. Praise. Great flesh and blood. Wright nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Breakfast. The strong men's eyes reflected excitement. They sat at the table one after another, waiting for the delicious food to be served. Soon, the wives and relatives of these workers came out with small dining carts, on which were placed bowls of tofu pudding and raujiamo. The dock workers excitedly brought the tofu pudding to them, then grabbed the blood red chili powder and chili oil on the table, poured them into the white tofu pudding, and then stirred them frantically. They took a bite of raujiamo, and the hot fat fell into the blood red bowl. The minced meat was bright red and plump, but with a hint of black, and it was impossible to tell what kind of animal it came from. Among the female members in charge of serving the rice, a girl suddenly turned pale and wanted to vomit, and the aunt next to her quickly supported her. Wright saw this scene and immediately asked, "What's wrong over there?" "Oh, master, it's okay. A new waitress seems to have a stomachache." "Is that so? Help her to the kitchen to rest for a while." The two aunts helped the girl to the back kitchen, and after giving her some water, the girl slowly recovered. "Hill, are you feeling better?" "I'm much better. I'm sorry, aunt. Did I make the patriarch unhappy?" "Of course not. The patriarch is a kind man. He provides us with delicious and rich breakfast every day. How could he blame you for such a small matter?" Hill forced a smile with difficulty. "Aunt, is this church of flesh and blood really that good? You kid, don't you understand? Since your uncle joined the Church of Flesh and Blood, his waist and back are no longer sore, and he can load and unload goods at the harbor for a whole day without any effort. The income has increased several times. Moreover, your uncle's small body before seemed like it would be blown away by a strong wind. Now you can see it, with broad shoulders, thick back, tiger back and strong arms. It feels like he is back to his 20s, the most energetic time." The aunt next to him nodded repeatedly. "The husband in our family is the same. He used to fall asleep as soon as he got home, but now he is full of energy." "Oh, what nonsense are you talking about in front of the child?" "It's okay. Hill is so old now, he should have understood it long ago." Hill was embarrassed and didn't know how to respond, so he could only smile foolishly. "This silly girl, I don't know which stinky boy will get her in the future. You should have a good rest. We still have to take care of the restaurant." "Yeah, aunt, you go. I'll just take a rest." After the Toledos left the kitchen, the little girl Hill breathed a sigh of relief. She rubbed her cheeks and looked towards the front hall with fear. She is not Hill, and this face was also temporarily modified by all chemical potions. Her original name is Unica August, and she is a member of the self-made guard team of the Kedaris Harbor. The reason why she disguised her identity and mixed into this cult yesterday was to investigate what these people were doing. But just now, when she saw those people eating, she accidentally recalled a corpse she saw some time ago. The man fell from a high altitude, landing headfirst, his brain mixed with blood, exactly the same as what the group of people were eating, which accidentally broke their defense. Although the behavior of this group of people was suspicious and what they did was even more bizarre. However, Unica was sure that the recent serial murders in the harbor had nothing to do with this group of muscle fanatics. Damn it, who named this church? It's so immoral. It's called the Church of Flesh and Blood, which sounds like a cult that kills people for sacrifice. It turned out to be a group of... Unica sat there dejectedly. When she discovered this cult 2 days ago, she thought she had found a breakthrough in the case. She never expected that the other party was quite evil, but it was completely different from what she imagined. Unica looked out the window at the road outside. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and the fog in the harbor had just dissipated. There were more and more pedestrians on the road, but the buildings in the distance were still hazy and psychedelic. What's going on with this weird fog? Unica sighed. This fog has been coming and going for about a month. Since the first fog, all kinds of strange things have happened in the harbor city. Half-eaten corpses, half-human half-fish monsters, songs coming from the sewers, alchemy workshops protected by the city lord's mansion, serial killers in the fog at night, and ghost ships that frequently appear on the sea. The harbor city of Kedalus, from a rich and beautiful coastal city, suddenly became a mysterious and weird foggy city. The self-made guard team has been expanded 3 times, and the number of personnel has increased tenfold. Faced with so many chaos, it is still busy and exhausted. Hey, little girl, who are you? Unica was startled by the voice that suddenly came from behind. She turned around and found a little girl standing behind her. The other party looked only 12 or 13 years old, but she called herself a little girl. Little sister, hello. My name is Hill, and I'm the new waitress here. Little sister. Okay, hello. My name is Lilith, and I'm here to see your patriarch. Oh, the patriarch is outside in the hall. Lilith glanced at Unica and went to the hall. At this moment, Wright was sitting on the podium to rest, and when he saw Lilith coming, he waved. Why are you here? I came to see you, and by the way, I want to tell you that the grocery store has been renovated. As the boss, shouldn't you show up? Wright immediately turned over and stood up. Of course, I'm the boss. From now on, I will come here in the morning to motivate everyone, and then go to the grocery store to open the shop. Alas, where's Emily? Why don't I see her? Didn't you ask her to investigate the murderer in the harbor? Yes. How's the progress? She was arrested as a suspicious person by the self-made guards of the harbor yesterday, and they are waiting for you to bail her out. Wright covered his face. What a shame. But she sent back news. You guessed right. The murderer may really be related to the devil of lies. Chapter 137. Harbor Flesh and Grocery Store. The waitresses in the hall were busy cleaning up, and Light pulled Lilith out of the tavern. The two walked on the street for a while, before they plunged into a grocery store that was being renovated. After Emily was arrested, did you send a message? Rather than saying she was arrested, it's better to say she was temporarily invited to the police station. The police knew she was your person and her identity was not ordinary, so they didn't dare to do anything to her. But Emily appeared at the crime scene more than once, and her behavior was suspicious. This time she had a brief contact with the murderer. The police station had no choice but to invite her to sit inside the police station first, and asked her to write a letter and ask you to bail her out. Light took the letter handed over by Lilith and read it, and finally raised his eyebrows. You've learned to be smart and know how to use code words. According to what Emily mentioned in the letter, she has captured the so-called mist serial killer. It's just a pity that the other party used a secret method to escape in the end. But when the man left, he did mutter a sentence. Death is just a lie. Although it is difficult to conclude that he is related to the demon of lies, based on just one sentence, in this situation, no clues can be missed. Okay, at least we didn't get nothing, which is worthy of praise. Let's go and pick her up. Wright closed the door of the grocery store with Lilith, and walked along the slippery road towards the guard post on the high hill. The port city of Kedalus is a typical coastal city. The whole city is high in the south and low in the north. The farther away from the harbor, the higher the terrain. The city lord's mansion is located at the southernmost end of the city, and the most prosperous neighborhoods are surrounded by the city lord's mansion. The people who live there are either rich or noble. People call it the upper city, and the place where Wright and his friends temporarily settled and opened a shop is not far down to the cargo post and the fishing port. This place is close to the sea. Even if there is no fog, the sea breeze is still mixed with the fishy smell of sea vapor, making it wet everywhere, which is not as livable as the upper city. Most of the people living here are merchants and fishermen, or workers who make a living by physical labor on the dock. People call it the lower city. It is clearly a city, but it is divided into 2 cities, the upper and lower cities. The dividing line between the upper and lower cities is a street called Luzon Avenue. The headquarters of the autonomous guard team responsible for the security of the entire port city is located on Luzon Avenue. Wright took Lilith all the way up to Luzon Avenue. The pedestrians here were in a hurry, like frightened birds. With the many strange things that happened in the fog a month ago, the city was overwhelmed, and people lived in fear. Those who had doors and roads had already hidden away. The prosperous seaside port was half empty in a month. The most lively place on Luzon Avenue is naturally the headquarters building of the Autonomous Guard Bureau. The agency that was once only responsible for patrolling and catching petty thieves has transformed into the last psychological defense line of the people in the port city. Pushing open the door of the Guard Bureau, Wright and Lilith strode in. Director Babylon, who was arranging work, saw him at a glance and then ran over with a smile on his face. "Sir Light, Miss Lilith." "Hello." Light and Lilith smiled and returned the greeting. They were old acquaintances with the director of the Security Bureau. The day after Light received the letter in the Holy City, he took Lilith and Emily on the convoy of the Sea Tribe delegation returning home. The Sea Tribe first came to the nearest fishing port in the Holy City and then changed to a fleet prepared in advance, went directly downstream, and returned to the seaside in a few days. After parting with the Sea Tribe, Light took the two girls on a tourist ship and prepared to go to the port city of Kedorus by water. As a result, due to the frequent strange things in Kedorus, the Sea Tour group temporarily changed the route and cancelled the trip to Kedorus port. In desperation, Light and his party went ashore again, bought a carriage, and then rushed to the place. The whole process was full of twists and turns. But when they stepped into the port city of Kedorus, Light secretly said that it was a good thing to come and see it in person this time. This city is too weird. There are distortions and irrational phenomena everywhere, just like a collection of weird things. Logically speaking, with so few people in a city in such a large area, it is impossible for so many strange phenomena to appear. Moreover, there was nothing wrong in the first half of the month, but suddenly after a thick fog, it grew all along the wall like dog urine moss. It's like a mere county town. No matter how outstanding the people are, it is impossible for the top 10 in the national competition exam to occupy 8 places. Wouldn't the county magistrate's ancestral tomb spray Mac rings? Everything that is different must be a demon. But what kind of demon is it? We still need to investigate a little. For the sake of convenience, Wright came here as a nobleman of the First Empire. With Lilith here, this kind of document and identity authentication is simply too simple. At the same time, he is a nobleman who is good at business and has a close relationship with the sea people. In a remote coastal city like Kedorus, nobles with titles like Wright are very popular. If you have a relationship with the sea people, you will be treated as a guest of honor by the city lord. The most important thing is that he is very rich. Because of the fog, too many people have fled Harbor City. Some shops were sold one after another, and the price was very low. On the first day of his arrival, Wright spent a lot of money to buy 3 shops, and even sent a valuable gift to the city lord's mansion. This made Wright a hot figure in the city. The key is that his arrival and actions have stabilized people's hearts. The panic has been greatly alleviated. The city lord thanked him, and the sheriff thanked him even more. "Mr. Wright, you are finally here. Please take your female companion back." "Ah, what happened?" "She has been arrested, but she is still not behaving." The director looked bitter. "How dare we arrest your female companion? We just invited her to come here to drink tea and take a rest in my office." As a result, Miss Emily actually, Wright also became interested. "What happened to her?" "She actually went to give lectures to those prisoners, shouting some strange slogans, saying some strange words, doing some ideological cleansing. The strangest thing is that she insisted that the prisoners clean the cells and expand the entrance. The prisoners were all scared." Wright's old face blushed. "Where is she? Take me to find her." Yes. Please come this way." The director seemed to have seen a savior and led Wright and the other person to the second floor. At this moment, Emily had been persuaded to return to the director's office, but she was still eager to chat with the guards, which annoyed the guards. When they saw Wright and Lilith coming, they immediately became honest. "You are very cruel." "Ahem, Master Wright. You are finally here." Emily immediately rushed over, but Wright held her down with his hand, and then moved to Lilith, who was standing aside. According to the factory settings, Emily was Wright's female companion. After all, Wright was a rich and powerful nobleman, so it was normal for him to have a beautiful companion. Moreover, this female companion was not only beautiful and elegant, but also a powerful magician. This made Wright, a nobleman, very proud. As for Lilith, she was nominally Wright's distant cousin. Intermarriage among nobles was common, so the two of them would not arouse suspicion if they had some ambiguous and intimate actions on weekdays. Mr. Director, I'm so sorry to have caused you so much trouble. It's okay. Miss Emily is passionate and full of justice. She is willing to help Harbor City solve problems. We are honored. I will discipline her strictly after I take her home. Thank you. Thank you. Wright glared at Emily fiercely, and the latter tried hard to squeeze out a pitiful expression. I will deal with you when we get home. Come with me. Oh. The three of them left the security bureau and returned to the renovated grocery store. As soon as the door was closed, Wright slapped the counter. Emily, you can do it. You even went to someone else's prison to do ideological work for the prisoners? Who can be persuaded by your ideas? Isn't this misleading young people? Emily hid behind Lilith and showed a flattering smile. No, I just want to try your method. What if it succeeds? Do you have the hardware? Do you have the software? You, forget it. Light pulled over a chair and sat down. Let's talk. Have you found the murderer? I didn't find him. I caught him. But he just turned into nothingness and escaped. Emily explained in detail how she investigated, searched, and arrested. After I rescued the girl, the killer wanted to attack me in return. I suppressed him with my ice roar and then trapped him in an ice cage. Just when I was about to bring him to justice, he disappeared. Then, I was discovered by the guards who came over. Didn't you say that we can't conflict with them? I had no choice but to surrender. Wright frowned after hearing this. After thinking for a moment, he asked, you said he disappeared. Did he disappear in a flash, or whoosh, in a flash? What's the difference? Lilith rolled her eyes. It's really tiring to listen to you two talking. What Wright means is, did the killer disappear suddenly in an instant, or did he disappear gradually? Gradually disappear. It faded slowly. Then I went to catch him, but I caught nothing. But I'm sure he escaped. Because after he disappeared, I could still feel his breath. It's just that the thick fog at that time blocked my insight, and I couldn't catch him. Wright nodded slightly. Then it's not a space jump method such as teleportation or transmission. It seems that my initial inference is correct. The Devil of Lies wants to sink the entire harbor into the cracks of dreams. Emily tilted her head. Why? What's the benefit for him? Bringing things from dreams to reality will cost a huge price. But if, on the other hand, the things of the real world are sunk into dreams, the energy overflowed from the real to the virtual will also be huge. If the Devil of Lies really succeeds, he will get an incomparable amount of dream energy feedback. He is very likely to use this energy to open the seal at the bottom of Dragon Island. Emily was even more confused. But, hasn't Dragon Island disappeared? Could it be that they have been dragged into the dream by the Devil of Lies? Wright pondered for a moment and analyzed. According to my inference, not yet. The conditions for dragging things in the real world into dreams are extremely harsh, and it is generally impossible to do it. The Devil of Lies also took advantage of the concept of lies, so he can do it in theory. But even a small harbor city where humans live, he has not succeeded in his layout until now. The terrifying Dragon Island. If he really dragged him into the dreamland with a thick fog, he wouldn't have to go to such great lengths to unlock the seal. He is now playing dominoes. Arrange the dominoes of different sizes from small to large. As long as the calculation is proper, pushing the first domino will cause a chain reaction, and finally push the largest one. The strange things in the harbor city now are the dominoes he cultivated. We have to find a way to defeat his conspiracy and force him out of the dark. For example, cultivate our own dominoes. Lilith turned her head and looked at him. You are not talking about your blood and flesh cult, are you? Chapter 138 A new witch has appeared. Subscribe. Honestly, I really don't see what the use of your sect is. Lilith shook her head repeatedly. Among all the sects, only this form, that only increases physical strength, has the lowest benefit. Others have divine powers, and you strengthen your body. How can you deal with the Devil of Lies with such a group of people? Wright laughed. So, you look too shallow. Let me ask you, what is a sharp blade against lies? Need I say? Of course it's the truth. Then where can we get treasures with rich real imagery now? This. Wright clapped his hands. If there is none, of course we have to make it ourselves. Lilith couldn't help but look out the window. Use that blood and flesh cult. Only muscles will not let you down. Do you understand the value of this sentence? You may not be able to learn it by reading books and studying every day. But as long as you insist on exercising your muscles every day, eating nutritiously and taking a proper rest, your muscles will grow and your physical strength will get better. From 8 to 80 years old, regardless of gender, age or young, this applies to everyone. Moreover, this method has the lowest cost, the widest target group, the fastest effect, and the strongest cohesion. It can be said to be the best choice under the current circumstances. Wright raised a finger. It won't be long before the sacrificial vessel of the Church of Blood and Flesh will be successfully created. Emily covered her head. Why did another sacrificial vessel appear? It's so hard to distinguish between a blessing vessel, a sacrificial vessel, and a holy vessel. Right side, you are about to break through the saint level. Why are you still so lacking in these basic knowledge? Blame me? My teacher didn't teach me well, and now no one tells me. Looking at Emily's pitiful appearance, Wright felt helpless. Then I'll teach you. Remember it. Needless to say, the holy weapon is a treasure that reflects the soul of a strong man who has broken through the holy level. The blessing weapon, like the hunting light armor, is a treasure that gains power after being blessed. But this blessing is generally restrictive. Only when the restrictive conditions of the blessing are observed, the treasure will have the corresponding power. It's like someone swore an oath and gained the power brought by the oath. The more severe and demanding the oath, the longer it is observed, the greater the power. Because most human souls are unstable, and the oaths made when casting the blessing weapon are mostly made when the emotions are extreme and the soul fluctuates abnormally. This also causes most of the blessing weapons to have very unstable power, and it is easy to have big problems. So a long time ago, the craftsmanship of the blessing weapon was lost. At this point, Wright summoned his holy shield, the embrace of the goddess. While stroking the shield, he continued to explain. My holy shield is also a blessing device, but it is a divine blessing device. It is made by the oath of a god with a more stable soul, so it is much more stable than the blessing devices made by humans, and there is no need to worry about it going berserk. Corresponding to it, there are also demon blessing devices. As the name suggests, it is a blessing device made by the oath of demons and demon gods. This kind of blessing device itself will not go berserk, but ordinary people will pay a huge price if they want to use it, and the beneficiary is often the demon god who made the oath. The sacrificial device is an optimized and upgraded version of the blessing device. Emily was very surprised. How is it optimized? It's very simple. The soul fluctuations of one person are unstable, but the soul fluctuations of a group of people with the same faith are generally stable. And the more people there are, the greater the power and the more stable it is. Occasionally, there will be a runaway phenomenon, which will be offset by the fluctuations of other people. Therefore, there will be many sacrificial devices in religion, which are empowered by the common oaths of believers. The price of stability is the loss of the possibility of creating miracles. But it is indeed safer and more controllable to use. You can think of the sacrificial vessel as a divinely blessed vessel that was raised by believers without the involvement of the gods. Emily clapped her hands. Oh, I understand. You train these people to constantly use their belief in the truth to refine your real sacrificial vessel. When the sacrificial vessel is completely cast, you can use it to deal with the demon of lies. You guessed half right. Wright waved his hand and put away the shield. These people are my sacrificial vessels. What? Even Lilith was stunned. What is this game? Everything the demon of lies did in Harbor City is to blur people's cognition. He wants to distort the city's cognition and turn it from a rich coastal city into a nightmare city full of weirdness. The thick fog is the hint he gave to the entire Harbor City. As long as the thick fog comes, people will feel that the whole city has become dangerous and weird. Once people form this inherent cognition, when the thick fog permanently covers the entire city, the Harbor City will be completely lost in the cracks of dreams. In fact, he has succeeded more than half. Judging from Emily's encounter with the killer, Harbor City is now partially immersed in the illusion of nothingness. and these weird things that were bred by his lies can freely shuttle between reality and illusion. Emily nodded repeatedly. I don't understand. You can understand it as, now there is an identical Caspian harbor city, which has partially overlapped with the real harbor city. And in the overlapping part, those weird things can freely travel. The killer did not disappear, but sneaked into the Caspian harbor city from the real harbor. So you can sense him, but you can't find him. When the Caspian harbor city and the real harbor city completely overlap, the thick fog will swallow the whole city. Then, the purpose of the demon of lies will be achieved. After listening to Wright's analysis, Emily shuddered. What can I do? If harbor city sinks into the dream, what about the people here? They will become fantasy creatures and will be completely trapped in the cracks of dreams from now on and cannot be freed. Hearing this result, Emily fell silent. Seeing this, Wright stood up and patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry, since we are here to stop his conspiracy. These members of the Church of Flesh and Blood, each of them is a living person. They are full of thoughts about working hard to make money and live a good life. Every day's income must be spent penny by penny. If you move one more shipload of goods today than yesterday, you can reserve more food for your family. With the extra part, buy a toy for the child, a new pair of shoes for the wife, and then go to the pub with a few friends to drink a refreshing dark beer. Life, real life. As long as they are determined and live steadily, they will be the most solid anchor of this city. The more and more determined they are, the stronger this city will be, and the less it will sink. Those so-called weirdness, urban legends, and strange stories, in the eyes of those who are trying to live, they are nothing more than hypocritical jokes. The smell of fireworks in the world is the most soothing to the hearts of ordinary people. Wright raised his finger. They are the people who can't be deceived by these tricks of the devil of lies. Lilith was very surprised. So you have thought it through. I thought you thought it was boring to wait for the grocery store to be renovated and opened, so you just wanted to start a cult for fun. In fact, it was because of boredom at the beginning, but later I found that the thoughts bursting out of them were really precious, so I focused on cultivating them. Wright looked at the sun. The fog has completely dissipated, and it is a little later than yesterday. This demon of lies is boiling frogs in warm water here. When people realize that something is wrong, it may be too late. Emily, we still have to continue to catch the murderer. Now among all the harbor ghost stories, only his appearance is fixed and necessary. He must be performing some kind of killing ritual. Since it is a ritual, there are strict requirements for the target, time, number, and location of the killing. So the ritual itself will force him to continue to commit crimes. As long as we catch him, we will have a breakthrough. But, hurry. As time goes by, the erosion of the Caspian port city will become more and more serious, and the monsters will become more and more like fish in water. Unfortunately, time is not on our side this time. After all, we are the ones who are here this time. Emily straightened her chest. Just leave this matter to me. Lilith held her cheek. I didn't expect Emily's enthusiasm to be so high this time. Because Wright said that the dragon clan may have a way to remove the witch's curse. I'm not fighting for myself now. I'm fighting for all the witches. Lilith looked at Wright. Do you believe what the lie demon said? I think it makes sense. The design inspiration and underlying logic of the witch may really be related to the dragon tomb of the dragon clan. The Sage of Reason, as Lai said, is a body transformed by resentment after death. There are not many useful things in his mind. Lilith was stunned. No, haven't you mastered the way to remove the witch's curse? Wright nodded slightly. Yes, I can indeed solve it, but solving and removing are two different things. Magic power will not appear or disappear out of thin air. Take Jonah's witch power as an example. Even if the witch power has left her body now, the wish power brought by the fairy tale has not dissipated. Therefore, they will look for the next host. This is the most terrifying thing, and it is also the reason why I did not remove the curse on Emily. Now she is still in front of us, but if the curse is lifted, this power will leave and fall on the next girl who fits the fairy tale, making her a new witch. Lilith covered her mouth in shock. That is to say, yes, the power of the light extinguishing witch has escaped, and I don't know which poor girl it fell on. Wright regretted it very much. I was too impulsive at the time and destroyed the magic wand. Otherwise, I have asked the people of the Holy Light Church to search secretly, and I just hope to find it before the tragedy happens again. Lilith grabbed Wright's hand. Don't blame yourself too much. You didn't know it would be like this. In the final analysis, it's the fault of these crazy people in the Tower of Truth. At worst, we can find an opportunity to make another fairy wand. At least in 3 years, the next Holy Coming will definitely bring back this power. I'll pay for it this time, and we'll find the most capable devil. Wright held Lilith's hand. Speaking of this, I promised you to go to the Nightmare Abyss to retrieve some of the power, and now we can start. Lilith was visibly excited. Really? Yes, because I contacted the Dream Witch. Emily was also excited now. Really? Can I see her? Of course, tonight. Knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Master Patriarch, the tavern has been cleaned up. Do you want to come and inspect it? Oh, okay, I'll be right there. Emily quickly grabbed Wright's arm. I'll go too. I want to see this church of the flesh and blood you've created. I didn't say you can't go. Let's go first. The tavern was only one shop away from the grocery store, and Wright brought the two girls back to the gathering place of the Church of Flesh and Blood. As soon as the three of them entered the door, Emily frowned and began to sniffle. What's wrong with you? Emily quickly leaned close to Wright's ear and whispered with a moist breath. It's the smell of a witch. Chapter 139 Reliable Grocery Store. Subscription request. After hearing Emily's words, Wright didn't say anything, but just smiled and looked at all the logistics staff. Thank you for your hard work today. In view of the heavy workload recently, I'm going to give everyone some subsidies. 1 silver drachma per person. Everyone line up. Everyone will get a share. Emily, you will be responsible for distributing it. Wright handed Emily a small bag of silver drachma after he finished speaking. When the other cooks heard it, they immediately lined up with joy, thinking that this church was really the right place to come. Now a large piece of rye bread is only 2 copper pesos, and 1 silver drachma is a considerable income for the families of these dock workers. But after all the silver coins were distributed, Emily still did not find any trace of the witch. Wright came up to her. What's going on? They are not among these people, but several of them have a strong witch's aura. The witch must have had contact with them. Think about it. Are there any suspicious people? Wright rubbed his chin. There are no suspicious people. It seems that a little girl used an alchemy potion and changed her appearance. Hey, isn't this super suspicious? It should be the girl from the police station. After all, the Church of Flesh and Blood is a cult after all. The people sent by the police station to check the situation are not a suspicious thing. At this moment, an old lady came over shyly. Master Patriarch, I have a niece who came to help today. Although she is not a member of the sect, she also did a lot of work today and was even sick from exhaustion. You see? Oh, I remember. It's the little girl who vomited, right? Wright stroked his chin. She only came to work for 1 day. It's not reasonable to get the same pay as everyone else. Forget it. I'll give you an extra 10 copper pesos as medical expenses. Okay. Thank you, Master Patriarch. The woman was very happy. She also knew that it was a bit inappropriate to come here to ask for money. But in order to earn more, face doesn't matter at all. Originally, I just wanted to give it a try, and if it doesn't work, forget it. I didn't expect that the Master Patriarch would really be willing to give it. By the way, where is your niece? Oh, she came to visit me and her uncle, and she went back in a carriage this morning. Wright nodded slightly. It seemed that the little girl had finished the investigation and resumed her original identity as a police officer. Well, you've worked hard today. Everyone can go home now. Please come on time tomorrow morning. The cooks saluted Wright one after another, then turned around and left in 2s and 3s. After everyone had left, Emily stood up and said, "How could you let them all go? You should question them thoroughly." "No need, that little girl must be from the police station. I have an impression of her, but I don't remember her name. Let's go and look for her tomorrow." Emily was very excited. Why not go now? There's no time to lose. You were just released from the police station. If you suddenly go back now, people will suspect you. We are now in a fake identity and have to deal with the demon of lies. If we expose our identities rashly, all our previous efforts will be wasted. The three of us can just leave, but what about the people here? If the demon of lies escapes, it will be a disaster for the whole world. At that time, Jonah and Afa will be in danger, not to mention the ordinary people in the world. Emily took a few deep breaths and slowly sat back. Sorry, I'm too excited. Wright rubbed her hair. I can understand your feelings towards the witches. Let's take it slow. And even if we find her, how do we make her believe us? Should we let her be involved? What if she is unwilling to cooperate, or she becomes the target of lies? Have you thought about all this? Emily shook her head silently, then looked at Wright with tears in her eyes. Light. Master, hey, don't be like this. It's disgusting. I will naturally take care of the witch's affairs. However, since you found the witch here, don't tell the dream witch tonight. Ah. Why? Light reached out and knocked on Emily's forehead. You forgot that she has some connection with the Tower of Truth. So, before we determine her true position, we can cooperate, but we can't share such important information. Emily covered her forehead. She was forced last time. We don't even know where her real body is. We just met her a few times in the dream crack. In our hometown dialect, this is an online friend, and the kind with a relatively low favorability. When we meet in person one day and get to know each other in depth, it won't be too late to judge whether it is an enemy or a friend. Even if it is not from the Tower of Truth, it is very likely that she has her own little calculations like the Blood Witch. Don't take it lightly. Emily pouted and nodded. Okay. At this time, Lilith picked up a small piece of meat scraps from the dining table and looked at it again and again, and suddenly her face changed. Hey. Right. This flesh of yours, is it the flesh of growth? Emily had also heard the bad reputation of the flesh of growth from Lilith, and she jumped up in fear. Where? Here. Wright spread his hands, and a mass of flesh of growth emerged from his palms, and soon became the size of a human head. Looking at the red squirming flesh, Emily was immediately frightened, and her face turned pale, and she stepped back repeatedly. Lilith came forward, and looked at it carefully. Evolved. Yes, it evolved. How did you do it? The flesh of growth is itself a failed and runaway or chemical creation. It seems to have some element of demonic punishment in it. Wright stretched out his hand to play with the flesh of growth, playing with it like plasticine. That sage of reason got a lot of hallmarks, which are the bodies of the flask men. But he should have made some improvements so that the hallmarks he used could carry divinity. I was almost deceived by him at the beginning. I didn't expect that the god of light was such a group of unconscious alchemical substances. After he was killed by me, a large amount of high purity hallmarks remained. I thought it would be a disaster to leave this thing behind, so I let the growing flesh and blood devour it. Unexpectedly, this little thing actually evolved. Not only that, some low-end spiritual intelligence was born. This reminds me of a thing called TSUI in my hometown. Do you know? In our hometown, TSUI is a great tonic. It is a good thing that can prolong life. So, I gave it to those believers to eat. Facing the horrified eyes of Lilith and Emily, Wright laughed. Don't worry, what I give them to eat is definitely safe, non-toxic and harmless. All the active ingredients have been stripped away, leaving only pure nutrition. You can see that the dock workers are now very strong. Believe me, they will be a surprise army to pierce the devil of lies. Lilith sensed something was wrong. Let me ask, the final god of this cult of flesh and blood that you set up will not be. Wright held the meatball high. Yes, that's it. You do this. Aren't you afraid of really making it into an evil god? That's exactly my purpose. Lilith couldn't help but sigh when she heard it. Has it finally come to this? You are finally not satisfied with playing with and bullying the evil god, but want to create an evil god yourself? Wright looked at the evil god in his hand. Why not? An evil god controlled by himself will save us a lot of trouble. Bah. Don't think I don't know you. Your private clothes have been confiscated. Jonah has become the goddess of holy light, and your previous extravagant days are gone forever. So, I plan to start a new business and hide some private money for myself. Am I right? Wright narrowed his eyes and looked at Lilith. I will give you 10% of the power of faith I get. 30%. If you have one less, I will pray and tell Jonah. Haha. This port city is shrouded in strange fog. Without my prayer amplifier, your prayers can't be transmitted at all. Emily stretched out her hand to stop the two of them. Wait, isn't the problem that Lilith is a demon and can't pray to the goddess of light? That's right. Wright raised 2 fingers. 20%, no more. Lilith pouted. I conquered the flesh and blood that grew. How can I say that I'm also jelly? Big jelly. I'm a shareholder. Okay, 25%. This is a quarter, you should leave some for me too. 25% is 25%. But you have to do your best to go to the nightmare abyss. Emily came over immediately. Can I go too? I feel like I'm about to break through to the saint level. I can find the feeling again during this dream journey. Wright looked Emily up and down, and the latter was a little shy. Why? What's wrong? If you are about to break through, shouldn't you prepare a saint embryo? In case you are lucky enough to successfully engrave your own exclusive saint, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Lilith also quite agreed. Yeah, I think so too. But, where can I find it in this small harbor city? Wright clapped his hands. I have it. You have it? It's in the grocery store. The two women immediately retreated. You are not talking about those weird and scary things you are going to sell as commodities, right? What do you mean by weird? What's scary? That's an invention. An invention full of wisdom. Wright was very confident in his creation. When he left the holy city half a month ago, the greybeard of the dwarf tribe gave him a set of portable forging tables and simple forging tools. From then on, a new world was opened for Wright, allowing him to unleash his creativity and create a bunch of completely useless creations. In order to prove that these junks are precious and useful great inventions, Wright decided to open this grocery store. It was purely for this little bit of vinegar that I made this dumpling. I'm not lying to you. There is really a great invention that is very suitable for Emily. By the way, there is a great meaning behind my opening this grocery store. Hey, what's that expression on your face? If you don't believe it, then don't believe it. Why are you looking at me with disgust? Let's go. Follow me back to the grocery store. Today I must open your eyes. Another day of 10,000. Praise me. By the way, please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend. Please do whatever you want. Dear readers, please. Chapter 140. The girl attacked. The grocery store is a store in front and a factory in the back. Although the store in front is not big, there is a large courtyard in the back. The temporary residence of the 3 people of Wright is in this place. Originally, people of noble status like them mostly lived in the upper city, but he told the outside world that when a new store opened, many things needed to be done by himself. When the store was on the right track, he would naturally be able to sit firmly in the upper city and enjoy life. The backyard of the grocery store also became Wright's daily forging of various strange and bizarre places, as well as a warehouse. Wright took the 2 girls all the way to the warehouse of the grocery store and showed them the strange creations here. To be honest, Lilith and Emily were immediately disappointed when they saw the things in front of them. The reason was that the things here were too ordinary. Although there were many magic guides, based on their impression of Wright, this did not match the work he would do. These groceries seemed out of place with him because of their ordinary appearance. That's all. Lilith shook her head. The things here are not as good as those things you imagined in your dreams. Emily also picked up one of the sundries. I didn't expect that the most serious time for Master Wright was when he was inventing things. But because it's too normal, it feels a little abnormal. What's going on? There's no one here. Don't call me Master. My current identity is a female companion brought by you, a noble son, for you to play with and have fun. Emily pinched her waist and said righteously, I want to be in the play all the time. Isn't this written in your book The Actor's Self-Cultivation? I said, I only know the title of that book, and the rest of the content in it is all made up by me. Lilith blinked and hugged Wright's arm. Cousin, what's the matter? Do you want to eat snail noodles? Is it delicious? It's not delicious, and I won't give you 100 yuan. Stop it. Lilith covered her mouth with a smile. What are you afraid of? There is thick fog here. Even if Jonah wants to see through it, she can't see it. Don't be so nervous, what a joke. I'm afraid of her seeing it. Jonah doesn't mind these things. That's true. Lilith immediately lost interest and let go of Wright's arm, but after I get my body back, she won't be so calm. Wright didn't say anything. He also knew that in Jonah's eyes, the only real threat was Lilith in her complete form. Emily picked up a pink product. Hey, this magic device looks so strange. I haven't seen it before. What is it for? This one. Look, here is the air outlet, here is the magic engine, and here is a heating module. Emily's eyes lit up immediately. Oh, is this used to blow hot air? It feels like it can be used to dry hair after taking a shower. That would be much more convenient. I didn't expect you to actually make a good thing that can be used. Wright snorted, took the magic hair dryer, and turned it on. It looks like a hair dryer, but actually, it's a razor. He used it to shave his beard. Why? For disguise. Make others think you're going to blow dry their hair, but suddenly you're shaving. Make them confused. And if you press this button, it will explode. Emily reached out and picked up another magic device. Hey, this looks more like a razor. Wright took the razor and pressed it lightly, and the razor head began to spin wildly, blowing out gusts of hot air. You see, it's a razor, but it's actually a hair dryer. And if you press this button, it will explode. Are you sick? Do you have medicine? I really do. Will you take it? How much do you have? How much do you eat? I have as much as you eat. I eat as much as you have. Lilith quickly stood between the two of them. I already understand your creative ideas that are as smooth as a lunatic, but can you explain to me why these two things will explode? For self-defense. Who would use a hairdryer and a razor for self-defense? People who are easily attacked when shaving or blowing their hair? Why is it a question? You're not sure yourself. Wright patted his chest, but explosions are art. I just want to add a little artistic element to these creations. What's wrong with me? It's this society that's wrong. It's this world. Emily picked up a magic kettle next to her. What about this one? It looks like it's used to boil water, but it's actually, it's still a razor. And by the way, it will explode. Emily held the kettle and asked seriously, where is the switch? Where is the explosion switch? Today I will die with you. Lilith rubbed her head. I, a demon, find this absurd. Is there anything in your warehouse that won't explode? Yes. Wright ran over and took out a black box and placed it in front of the two. This will definitely not explode. What is this? A bomb. Lilith flapped her wings and flew up, stretched out her hands to hug Wright's head, and gently stroked his hair. It seems that you haven't seen Jonah for too long, and you miss your wife so much that your brain has problems. Be good. I'll coax you to sleep tonight. Lilith. Huh. You're annoying me. Emily, activate all the bombs, and I'll die with him. Emily? Emily looked at so many strange creations on the table and suddenly clapped her hands. I understand. You did it on purpose. Of course he did it on purpose. Lilith rode on Wright's neck angrily and grabbed his hair madly. Become a bald man, you stinky man. No, no, no. He did these twisted things on purpose. Right, you want to be a part of the Harbor City ghost story. Right. Wright then revealed a satisfied smile. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, you got it right. Lilith was stunned for a moment, then reacted. You want to compete with the demon of lies for power. Wright's expression became much more arrogant. Of course. He can create all kinds of panic and irrationality in this city, trying to use this unreasonable behavior to sink the entire Harbor City into a dream. If he can do it, why can't I? The monsters under his command can freely shuttle between the Caspian Harbor City and the real Harbor City. Why can't we? Use magic to defeat magic, and use mystery to deal with mystery. If he can create weirdness, then so can I. If I do it crazier, more bizarre, and weirder than all his weirdness, then I will be the controller of this real dream gift. There is no reason to give up the dominant power. If the enemy can go, I can go too. But the Sunlight Greatsword appeared again on its own, and at the same time, it burst out with powerful energy fluctuations. Although Emily didn't understand the meaning of Wright's last sentence, she didn't know why she had an urge to worship him. Wright took great effort to retract the sunlight, and then picked up the bomb that would not explode. In a word, we have to encircle and suppress the demon of lies from multiple aspects. The blood and flesh cult is my cornerstone. As long as the people in the cult are still there, he can't quickly sink Harbor City into the dreamland. And as the Blood and Flesh cult grows stronger, Harbor City will become more and more stable. At the same time, we can use a reliable grocery store to directly steal his hometown. Take away the initiative. You want to fight me? I will let him know what will happen if he messes with me. Emily was very excited when she heard it. I know, Master Wright, you must have a way. Don't call me Master. Okay Master, no problem Master. Then Master Wright, where is the holy embryo you prepared for me? Wright stretched out his hand and pulled out a black iron stick from his feet and threw it on the table with a bang. Here, from now on, this is your staff. Emily's eyes twitched and the corners of her mouth twitched. After a long while, she stretched out her shaking hand and pointed at the iron stick with a slightly raised tail. What is this? The holy sword of physics. Its nickname is crowbar. Wright reached out and picked up the crowbar, walked to a nailed wooden box, and directly demonstrated how to use the crowbar to quickly and efficiently open the nailed wooden box. Then, in a few seconds, he used the crowbar to smash the pried open nails back. With a bang, Wright threw the crowbar on the table again. It's useful, isn't it? It's useful, and it's very versatile, in all senses. But, what does this have to do with magic? Emily pointed at the crowbar. The most important thing is this thing. It should be the sacrificial vessel of the Church of the Blood and Flesh. It fits the bill very well. If it's used as a sacrificial vessel, it must be very suitable. If it's used by those muscular believers, it will be even more powerful. Why do you want to use it as a staff for me? It's totally wrong. Wright spread his hands. Aren't you the demon killing witch? This is the holy sword of physics, which is an absolute negation of magic. Not only that, this sword is a sword that kills all the evil spirits, ghosts, and strange stories. Anything that goes against common sense will be attacked by the holy sword of physics. Pick it up and feel it. Emily held the crowbar tightly with half belief and half doubt. Although it was a little heavy, she could barely lift it. This is it. Emily always felt that Wright was fooling her, but she didn't expect that. After getting the crowbar, it actually resonated with her. So strange. Why? Wright stroked his chin and said nothing. Lilith was also thoughtful, but seeing that Wright didn't say anything, she didn't say much either. Is it suitable? Don't look at its ugly appearance, but the materials are all top grade ores and various magical materials. Really? Of course, this is the result of smelting the scraps of all creations. It is very memorable. Can I use it to pry open your head and see what's inside? Emily was eager to try, and Lilith reached out and pressed Wright's head, as if to help. Is there anyone? The door was not closed, so I came in. Excuse me, is Miss Emily here? Suddenly, a girl's voice came from the courtyard. The three looked at each other, and Wright hooked his chin at Emily. Looking for you. Strange. I don't know anyone in Harbor City. I'll go and see. Emily put down the crowbar and turned to leave the warehouse. Wright and Lilith saw this and hurriedly followed out. It's you. Emily turned around and called out to Wright and the others after seeing the visiting girl. Master Wright, look. She's the girl who was almost killed by the Mist Killer. Chapter 141. Jonah is looking for me. Upon hearing this, Wright and Lilith immediately focused their attention. They came to the Harbor City half a month ago, and before that, 6 innocent girls had been killed. After Wright and others arrived, because they failed to understand the situation in the early stage, 3 more girls were killed. Wright realized that, if he continued like this, there would definitely be more victims when he was ready. But because he had to prepare the Blood and Flesh Church and the reliable grocery store, he had no choice but to let Emily investigate. As for Lilith, Wright didn't dare to let her stay too far away from him for the time being. If Wright needed to ensure that Emily, a witch, would not be attacked by the Church of Truth when he was in the Holy City, then now, he also needed to ensure that Lilith would not be attacked by the Demon of Lies. Fortunately, Emily did a good job and successfully stopped the blood sacrifice of the killer and saved the victim. Miss Emily, thank you so much. The little girl was very excited when she saw Emily, and she took out the basket behind her. This is a little thank you gift. Oh, you don't have to be so polite. Emily took the basket and saw some exquisite pastries in it. I made it myself. I hope Lady Emily likes it. Wow, you are so skillful. Emily was very excited to receive a thank you gift for the first time. It smells delicious. Thank you. Wright hurried forward. Madam, what is your name? Hello. The little girl seemed to have inquired about the identities of Wright and others. She was very nervous in front of this powerful, wealthy, and well-connected nobleman. My name is Emma Knapp. Oh, Emma, hello. My name is Wright. This is Lilith. I know you, Sir Wright, Miss Lilith. The little girl gave Wright an ancient noble salute, which surprised Wright. Emma, are you a noble? No, I'm not, but my aunt married a noble, and she taught me all this. Oh, so you live in the upper city? Yes, I live in my aunt's house, and I help them with some housework on weekdays. Emily quickly stood in front of the little girl. Master Wright, don't interrogate me like a prisoner. She came to see me. Since she is your friend, of course we have to entertain her warmly. Miss Emma, come to the inner hall for a cup of tea. Wright has been preparing for the tea shops recently. This is the first time he has seen the victim of the missed murderer, and he is still alive. Naturally, he wants to know more about him. The little girl glanced at Emily and nodded quickly. Okay. Wright warmly welcomed the little girl to the inner hall, poured tea, tasted the snacks she brought, praised her craftsmanship, and began to inquire about her situation without leaving a trace. Little girl Emma had no guard at all, and Wright was very skilled. After a few words, the few people had almost got her basic information. After finding a break, Wright and Lilith left the inner hall, leaving Emily and Emma to continue chatting. In the backyard, Wright looked back at the inner hall with a frown. Lilith reached out and rubbed his brows. What's wrong? It doesn't match. What doesn't match? The information of this girl doesn't match the 9 girls who died before. Although Wright did not personally deal with the fog killer incident, he easily got all the files and records from the Security Bureau through his noble status. According to the records, the 9 poor girls were all the first children and their families. In other words, the firstborn. This meets the conditions for blood sacrifice, because in a sense, the firstborn is a gift from God, and has great significance. Some primitive tribes still retain the bad habit of sacrificing their firstborn children to evil gods. In their view, dedicating their first child to God is the most pious expression. But this Emma, let alone the firstborn, has 2 sisters, a brother, and a younger brother. Secondly, all the victims came from the lower city, which was also a headache for the Security Bureau, because the folks had begun to spread that the fog killer was actually a psychopathic nobleman, which made the relationship between the lower city and the upper city very tense. Although Emma was not a nobleman, she had always lived in her aunt's house in the upper city. This time, she came to the lower city just to buy fresh seafood at the fishing port, but she went back too late and encountered the fog, which is why she was almost hunted by the killer. Moreover, in terms of age, she was the youngest of all the victims, obviously much younger. The other girls were at least 16 or 17 years old, and Emma was only about 13 or 14 years old, still a real little girl. Wright pondered for a moment. Either our previous analysis and reasoning were wrong. The murder logic of this killer has other common points, but we haven't discovered them yet. Or, there is a traitor in the police station, cooperating with the killer, to modify and pollute the information in the files, in order to delay the guard's speed of solving the case. Or, there is something wrong with this Emma. Lilith frowned as she looked at the 2 people who were chatting happily in the inner hall. I can't feel anything wrong with this little girl. The methods of the demon of lie should not be underestimated. That may not be the case. He is an incomplete form, and I'm also an incomplete form. Even if his methods are superb, it is impossible for me to not notice any traces. Lilith sighed. You'd better quickly unseal part of my body. To be honest, I understand how Emily felt when she was in the holy city. It's really unpleasant to be a burden. Tonight, I will at least liberate you to 50% of your state. I hope that the Witch of Dreams is really good. Great. But, Wright raised his finger, when you are outside, you still have to show this appearance to others. After all, everyone has seen what you look like. No problem, I'm not recovering for them to see. While the 2 were chatting, Emily and Emma had already walked into the courtyard. Lord Wright, Miss Lilith, thank you for your hospitality. I won't bother you anymore today. Oh, you're going back? Then Emily, you can take me there. Okay. No. No need. It's daytime now, and the fog has dissipated. It's okay. Wright looked up and said, well, okay. Miss Emma, remember, don't show up on the street after the fog comes up these days. The murderer is very cunning and persistent. You must pay attention to your own safety. Yes. Thank you, Lord Wright, for your concern. I will. Emma was very polite and waved goodbye to Wright and the other two when she left. Emily was very excited. After Emma left, she still held her waist and looked up. Oh, it feels so good to be thanked. After all, you saved someone, so I won't discourage you today. You did a good job, Emily. It's just a pity for those girls before. The damn killer. Next time I meet him, I must. Emily said here, suddenly turned around and ran into the warehouse, took out the crowbar. I must use this thing and swing him hard. Light. I found that this thing is really suitable for me. Then do you want to try to join my muscle cult? Well, forget it. Emily thought of the dock workers she had seen. Each of them had bulging muscles and strong backs, and it felt like they could kill a cow with one punch. Especially when they gathered together, they were like a burning coal, exuding a terrible pressure. They were all ordinary people, but they were extremely oppressive. But it would be bad for a girl like me to end up like that. As if he had seen through Emily's thoughts, Wright laughed and said, after working out, a girl's body will be even more beautiful, and will not be the same as a man's. Forget it, you will know later. Keep the holy embryo for yourself. In addition, I have prepared other things for you that can increase your combat power. They are in the wooden box that I just lifted up. You can take them yourself. Emily was delighted when she heard that there was a gift. She turned around and ran into the house and skillfully pried open the wooden box with the crowbar in her hand. Seeing her self-taught behavior, Lilith couldn't help but sigh. Well, it really suits her. Wow. What is this? Emily ran out with a strange device. How do you use this? You are already very skilled in entering the overclocking state. However, in the real world, you cannot summon the elemental lord. Therefore, you can only practice super body and super quantity in dreams. As for super fusion, it is even more impossible. In order to enable you to complete super body and even super quantity in reality, I made this device for you. After saying that, Wright reached out to take the device and buckled it around Emily's waist. Then he took out a stack of magic crystal cards from his arms. Inside is the power of the elemental lord that I sealed. Although it is not as strong as a whole one, it is enough for you to use. As long as you insert the card into the device on your waist, you can obtain the elemental power in it and try to complete the super body form. But you must remember, unless you reach the saint level, you cannot completely super body. Only when you advance to become a legendary powerhouse can you use the super state. If you are lucky enough to forge your own holy weapon and comprehend the power of the Trinity, you can advance to become a sky powerhouse. At that time, you can try to perform the super fusion form in the new world. Of course, this device is not yet able to achieve the super fusion ability. I will help you upgrade it when the time comes. In addition, this device has a certain protection function. When you fail, it will save your life and prevent you from going berserk with the element. Emily looked at the device on her waist excitedly and then looked at the card in her hand. Wow. There are fire element, wind element, even light element. But why do these cards look so familiar? Of course they look familiar. This is a purple gold magic crystal card. Purple gold magic crystal card. Rumor has it that it was issued by the Tower of Truth back then. A purple gold magic crystal card representing 100,000 magic crystal coins, which is 10 million gold marks. Yes, you can use one card 10 times, which means 100,000 magic crystals, or 1 million gold marks each time. I would never use it. Emily was going crazy while grabbing the card. How can you be so rich? Have you heard the saying that a lean camel is bigger than a horse? Yes, but what does it have to do with you? Wright smiled sinisterly. Your master, who has become Mobius's halo, although he is just a residue generated by resentment after death, does not have much useful things in his mind. But he knows where the funds for the activities of the remnants of truth are. Why has the remnant of the Tower of Truth collapsed for so many years, and the remnants still have such great destructive power? Because the treasure of the Tower of Truth was hidden, there are several places. The Sage of Truth has been able to gather a group of people again in recent years by relying on one of the treasures. The flesh and blood that grows is actually the gatekeeper of the treasure house. Lilith was shocked. Is it that lake? The palace under the lake? Yes. The treasure is there. I didn't even find it. The space singularity. Lilith was stunned and then stamped her feet in annoyance. Damn it, I should have used space magic to scan it. I also found it by exploring Stuart's memory. Wright knocked on Emily's forehead. It's your reward for protecting the victim this time. You said well. After all, it's meaningless if you don't use it when you should. Emily nodded heavily after hearing this. I understand. At this moment, a vibrating buzzer suddenly came from Wright's waist. Ah, Jonah, you found me. Chapter 142 Business that comes to your door. Subscription required. HMPH. Emily, let's go. Lilith immediately pulled Emily out of the door, and the latter was still at a loss. Hey, what are we going to do? Go shopping. Go shopping. Buy 2 pieces of clothes. After all, my figure will change after tonight. Ah, spend my money? After the 2 women left, Wright returned to the warehouse, moved out a display screen carved with magic crystal, and filled with the magic device similar to an antenna. After everything was ready, he turned on the switch. There was no way. Since arriving in this harbor city shrouded in thick fog, he often couldn't contact Jonah and Afra. This feeling was different from the holy shackles at the beginning. The holy shackles occupied the channel, which was equivalent to the other party being busy and talking. The situation in the harbor city now is that the signal is weak, so weak that only after the midday fog has completely dissipated, there will be a little bit of signal. For this reason, Wright had to make a prayer amplifier, which can only communicate for a short time at the specified time of the day. With a burst of sizzling sounds, a figure appeared on the light screen. Light took a closer look and frowned immediately. Afra, what are you doing? Go away. Hey, I'm the goddess of light after all. Are you too rude to me? Ah, my great goddess of light, is there anything I can do for you? Light, can you give me some pocket money? Light frowned. You want pocket money again? Didn't I give it to you last time? Besides, didn't Jonah give you any this month? I spent it all. Are you a money-eating beast or a money-spending tree? It's only the beginning of the month. Oh, I've set my eyes on a piece of top-grade divine treasure material. As long as I get this piece, I'll have the confidence. Before she finished speaking, Jonah appeared behind her with a smile on her face. Lady Goddess, what are you talking about? Kaio. Sister Jonah, aren't you dealing with the affairs of the church? Right, don't give her another divine coin. She always spends money recklessly. Wright immediately waved his hands and said, don't worry, I won't give her a penny. Jonah clapped her hands. God bless, holy. The 2 female high-level angels immediately spread their wings and landed, kneeling on one knee. Lady Goddess, we are here. Take your goddess away, confine her for 3 days, and reflect on yourself. Yes. Without saying a word, the 2 angels carried Afra away. The poor holy light goddess was still crying in despair. No. If you don't buy that divine stone, it will be bought by someone else. Let me go. I'm also a goddess. Wow. Right. Help me buy that stone. Wright looked helpless. You should tell me which stone it is. Unfortunately, the 2 angels had already spread their wings and flew away, and Afra's voice was blown away in the wind. Jonah appeared on the screen and looked at Wright with a smile. Right, are you okay over there? Very good, although there are some minor troubles, but it's not a problem. Wright found a chair and sat down. How should I put it? The power of the demon of lies is very powerful, but the price is that the conditions for achieving it will be relatively harsh. He wants to drag the entire harbor into the dream, and first of all, he has to blur the concept of dreams and reality. The people here are increasingly unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy, so he basically succeeded. Fortunately, we came early, and he is still a long way from reaching that step. Moreover, I will not watch him do these things that hurt the world. Jonah nodded repeatedly, but you also have to pay attention to safety. After all, the enemy is also very strong. Don't worry, I'm not a soft specimen. It's a pity that I can't help much. Although I became a god, I still can't help you in the end. Wright laughed. Silly, what you are doing now is helping me. Only when the outside world is stable and peaceful can I deal with the affairs of the demon of lies here with peace of mind. If something goes wrong everywhere outside, I'm afraid I won't be so calm. Oh, right. Jonah took a piece of letter paper. I've already asked about the thing you asked me to check for you last time. In the port city where you are, there haven't been any souls of girls going to the underworld to be reborn in the past month. Sure enough, they were sacrificed. Damn it. Right side, I hope there is still a chance to save their souls. Right. I'm fine. Jonah pinched her hair. At a time like this, I wish I could be by your side, at least to hug you. Wright smiled. Save it for now. Wait until I dispel the fog here and catch the devil of lies. I'll find a chance and pray that you will come to the world. Woo. Sometimes I really envy Lilith. Seeing Jonah acting like a little girlfriend, Wright's heart was warm. Oh, speaking of which, today we plan to go to the nightmare abyss of Dream Rift to see if we can release more of the sealed part of Lilith. After all, her strength is needed to fight against the demon of lies. Jonah smiled meaningfully after hearing this. Does she finally have a sense of crisis to deal with the demon of lies? Jonah did not continue this topic, but talked about Protestantism. The Saint Flounder you found for me is really good. She is very motivated and capable. As a senior to the novice saint, she has done very well. She has talent, but sometimes her brain is a little slow. Oh, right. Jonah suddenly clapped her hands. Let me tell you something. The Holy See has recalled all the novice saints and novice saints who were traveling abroad. Huh. Because, aren't you leaving again? So am I, plus a dross who left. Now in the Holy City, there are only my brother Taylor and the new novice Saint Flando. The Holy See is short of manpower. The teacher's health is not very good, and the Red Cardinal and the Black Cardinal discussed and recalled the other 5 people who were outside. Wright pondered for a moment. It's a good thing that they are willing to come back. But I don't think Jareth and Margaret can come back. One of them is an ascetic monk, and the other is used to being lazy. Jareth's penance is over, so he was on his way back. He was just delayed by other things, otherwise he would have returned before the holy day. As for senior sister Margaret, she will be brought back by the Black Knights anyway. The remaining 3 have said that they have set off back to the Holy City. Wright scratched his head. Jareth and I came at the same time. It's a pity that I didn't get to meet him. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the others for a long time. Jonah laughed. Do you miss them? When you solve the things at the harbor, you will see them when you come back. Wright curled his lips. They are not easy to deal with. I feel that when the Cardinal asked them to come back, he definitely didn't tell them why they were going back to the Holy City. If these people knew that they would have to work overtime after returning, they would have to run away before they could stay along. Maybe only Jareth and little Barbara can stay. However, this is not my concern. Let Delman and the others worry about it. Oh, by the way, how is the dragon egg now? Jonah shook her head. According to Master Constant, before the holy day, the dragon egg was about to hatch. But after that night, the dragon egg fell silent again. Now everyone has placed it in the altar on the highest floor of the holy tower, and every day a high-level clergyman will replenish its holy light. But it may take some time to hatch. Wright nodded slightly. After all, it took on the duties of the Holy Light Goddess at that time. Although it was not for a long time, it may have lost more than just the power of the Holy Light. Next time, you should mention it to the Holy See and ask them to find the elves to see if they can get some water from the Fountain of Life. Mix it with the holy water and the effect may be better. Yes, this is a good idea. Jonah also wrote it down specifically, and then held her face to look at Wright. Her mouth pouted slightly, and her eyes soon turned red. Woo. Wright, I miss you so much. Seeing this, Wright hurriedly tried to make Jonah happy. But before he could say a few words, the picture on the magic crystal display began to freeze and distort. Damn the thick fog. Wright patted the display screen, and when he saw that it didn't get better, he sighed helplessly. Jonah, I'm going to hang up again. Jonah sat up straight. Okay, you have to take care of yourself. I'm fine. Yeah, don't worry. Before he finished speaking, the magic crystal display went dark, and Wright felt that the connection with the twin goddesses of holy light was also broken. Damn. This broken fog will be destroyed by you sooner or later. Wright put away the magic crystal display and the faith amplifier angrily, and came to the courtyard board. Lilith had already taken Emily to the bustling streets of the upper city. He was bored at home alone, so he summoned his holy shield, the goddess's embrace, and the holy sword Sunlight. Wright stood in the courtyard and began to practice the paladin's tactics. As he swung and hit the shield one by one, the holy light fighting spirit continued to wash the black holy shield. The white and gold lines on the shield became thicker and stronger. This is the simplest and most effective way to refine a holy weapon. Even if the holy weapon is the reflection of the soul of a saint-level strongman, it still requires a lot of running in and trials to achieve the effect of resonance with the soul of the holy weapon. Especially for a non-original holy weapon like the holy hammer passed down to him by Taylor and his teacher, it takes a long time to run in. Otherwise, it cannot play the greatest effect at all. The running in between Wright and Sunlight is naturally no problem, but this newly acquired divine weapon, the holy shield, needs to be run in and run in. Wright used the holy sword to pick up a stone, and at the moment the stone fell, he suddenly swung out the shield. With a bang, the stone shot out like a cannonball, leaving a fist-sized transparent hole in the wall. Well, not bad. Wright shook the shield and felt more and more handy. Just as he was about to continue practicing, a shout came from outside the grocery store. "Excuse me, is the store owner here? We are here to pick up the custom-made fishing net. We won." Oh yeah. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, The Disaster of the Mad Crocodile, asking for monthly tickets. Come to the backyard. Wright stood up and walked out of the warehouse, shouting in the direction of the front store. Not long after, a gray-haired middle-aged man walked into the backyard of the grocery store with several sturdy sailors. "Oh, Captain York, why are you here in person today?" "To pick up something from Mr. Wright's store. Of course I have to go in person. My men are all a bunch of rough guys. If I bump into Mr. Wright, I can't afford to offend him. Ha 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 ha. Captain York is too polite. We are all friends," Wright said as he pushed open the door of the warehouse. "The fine steel hooks and soft nets you want are in that long box." Okay. Thank you for bothering Mr. Wright. What are you guys still doing? Hurry up and move it out. Be careful, if you damage other things in the warehouse, I will throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Several sailors hurriedly trotted into the warehouse and carried out the largest and longest wooden box in it. Captain York opened the lid and saw that it was filled with a large roll of metal nets. The barbs on it were sharp and tough, emitting bursts of cold light. Good. With this treasure, the big guy in the drainage ditch will definitely not be able to escape. Seeing Captain York's hatred, Wright nodded slightly. "I hope you will win the first battle and catch the strange fish as soon as possible. Avenge the citizens who died unjustly. Yes, this beast has eaten too many people. Today I want to see what kind of monster it is." Soon after the thick fog fell, strange things happened frequently in the harbor town. If other weird things just make people scared, then the thick fog serial killer ghost and the man-eating fish in the drainage ditch are really deadly. At least everyone knows that the serial killer is still a person and can be wanted and arrested by the security bureau. And the big shots in the upper city are not afraid at all. They are heavily guarded there, and the killer ghost doesn't seem to be very interested in the upper city. But the man-eating monster in the drainage ditch is a beast that cannot be communicated with. It doesn't care about status when eating people. In fact, the dignitaries in the upper city are more delicious. After all, the people in the lower city are too miserable. Now, the masters in the upper city can't sit still. They spend a lot of money to reward and provide all kinds of help except for going out in person. Among them, Captain York, who lost his family, recruited a group of people who also lost their relatives in the attack of the monster, and formed a hunting team with the sailors on his ship. They planned for half a month and finally blocked this man-eating fish in a reservoir. Today, they will drive the sailboat and use this iron net to catch the fish. Then cut it in front of everyone. Revenge for the dead. Looking at the excited faces of everyone, Wright frowned slightly. This atmosphere of opening champagne at halftime made him a little worried. He thought for a moment. Anyway, there was nothing to do next, and Lilith and the others hadn't come back yet. Captain York, can I go with you to take a look? Of course. There will be many people coming to see it today. Captain York took a deep breath and said, it's right next to the reservoir. When we successfully catch the man-eating fish, I will loudly announce to everyone that the iron net used to catch the fish was customized from your grocery store. This way, it can also be regarded as helping you promote your upcoming store. Hahaha, thank you very much. Without further ado, let's go. Wright immediately followed Captain York and his group out of the grocery store and headed towards the reservoir they mentioned. When they got there, they saw Emily and Lilith standing at the front of the crowd, pointing at the waves in the reservoir and chatting happily. When they saw Wright, they waved to him excitedly. Captain, my cousin and her female companion are over there. I'll go over first. Captain York patted him on the shoulder. Mr. Wright, your cousin and her female companion get along really well. To be honest, I admire you very much. Wright smiled awkwardly. You're welcome. You're welcome. Wright walked through the crowded crowd and came in front of the two people. Didn't you two go shopping? Why are you here? To look at this mud pond. Emily seemed a little excited. They are going to catch that strange fish. Of course I have to come and see it. Some people say that the fish is 3 meters long. There are 2 Liliths. Hey. Who said that? I'm 1.65 meters. Okay. But the fish is more than 3 meters long. Wright reached out and held down Lilith who was about to run away. It's good now. The citizens have broken one of the weirdness through their own efforts. This will greatly strengthen their confidence and make their cognition of reality more deeply rooted. It can be regarded as a setback to the layout of the demon of lies. Look, it's started. Emily pointed down, and Wright looked around and found that 2 sturdy fishing boats had been launched and hung with the fine steel fishing nets he made. Captain John stood on one of the fishing boats and directed the other boat to coordinate with him. His own ocean-going fishing boat was even bigger, but it was anchored in the fishing port and there was no way to get it into this small reservoir. He borrowed these 2 fishing boats today, but they are also relatively large and sturdy among the small and medium-sized fishing boats. As the 2 fishing boats dragged the fishing nets slowly across the reservoir, Wright's doubts became more intense. Lilith suddenly frowned and pulled Wright's hand. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Hearing this, Wright quickly used his spiritual sense to sweep the entire reservoir and easily found the strange fish. No problem, huh? Wright concentrated his mind and detected the strange fish again, and then his face suddenly changed. Emily, huh? Get ready, I'll take action directly later. What? Why? That fish was tampered with. No, it's not a strange fish. Wright's face became a little ugly. It's a disaster level containment object with a hazard level second only to the natural disaster level, the undead disaster crocodile. But the lie demon used the power of lies to cover up its original appearance. The power of lies is really terrible, especially when it is hidden in the commonplace. When people realize that something is a lie, the lie often collapses on its own. But the problem is that lies are too camouflaged. If you don't distinguish carefully, you can easily be fooled. Wright clearly remembered that he had investigated this strange fish at first. At that time, he was very sure that the other party was a monster that grew out of lies. But he never expected that lies were just its camouflage, and its true identity was such a dangerous thing. Wright secretly blamed himself for underestimating the enemy. He was actually tricked by the other party's inertial thinking. Emily was stunned after hearing Wright's reminder. Hazard level? Second only to natural disasters? Undead disaster crocodile? Lies. Before her brain turned around, something had happened in the pool below. The fishing net successfully caught the target, and the big fish struggled violently and directly overturned one of the smaller fishing boats. Then, the so-called man-eating fish finally revealed its true identity in front of everyone. It was a giant crocodile with a body length of more than 4 meters, covered with scales and armor, and strong limbs. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the overturned fishing boat in half. Then it swung its long tail and smashed another fishing boat. The sailors on the boat fell into the water one after another, and Captain York fell in front of the disaster crocodile. Emily saved people. In the eyes of outsiders, Emily was the only powerful magician among the three Wrights. Both of them were ordinary business nobles, so it was not easy for them to act rashly in public. Fortunately, after Wright's long-term spurring and torture, Emily's strength was infinitely close to the holy level at this moment. She immediately drew out her crowbar staff and instantly cast the intermediate ice magic, freezing spikes. In an instant, the pool burst into a burst of coldness, and the suddenly protruding icicles accurately picked up all the drowning people and flew them to the shore. The blood food that was about to be eaten just ran away, and the disaster crocodile would naturally not give up. It opened its mouth and roared, making a sound like a dragon's roar, shaking its head and tail, and rushing towards a crowd of onlookers. Suddenly, everyone fell into a huge panic. Emily quickly condensed water vapor again, and directly cast a 4th level ice magic, Ice Roar, to knock the disaster crocodile back into the pond. Emily raised the crowbar in her hand, and began to chant quickly. With her efforts, countless ice element gathered in the pond. The disaster crocodile wanted to rush up like crazy, but the constantly forming solid ice blocked its way. Finally, Emily successfully completed the chanting, and the 5th level ice magic, Everfrost, was activated. The surging pool water wrapped around the disaster crocodile and successfully froze it inside. Crack. But before Emily could put down the crowbar, the huge ice block broke directly. Although the disaster crocodile was covered with wounds, it was still ferocious, and rushed towards the embankment like crazy. At this critical moment, a huge rock suddenly flew from a distance and hit the disaster crocodile, and made it stagger. Everyone looked back, and saw that the laborers who were carrying goods at the port, had already rushed over. They were all strong and muscular, and they lifted the remaining large stones from the embankment repair like foam and smashed them directly. For a moment, the disaster crocodile was smashed and screamed, and actually retreated back to the pool. Hey. Light, aren't these people the members of your blood and flesh cult? Light's eyes lit up when he saw this. Okay, it would be more appropriate if they could solve this problem. Emily, drain all the water in the pond. Not a drop left. Emily nodded slightly, pulled her clothes, took a deep breath, and began to enter the super sense and overload states in turn, and finally successfully completed the overclocking. She waved the crowbar in her hand, and all the water in the reservoir rose into the air and rushed towards the sewer in the distance. In a blink of an eye, the entire pond was drained, and even the silt at the bottom of the pool dried up and hardened. Without the water as a cover, the crocodile roared repeatedly, looking very anxious. Lilith was still a little worried when she saw this. I say, can these believers of the flesh and blood cult do it? After all, they are flesh and blood, and the other party is a disaster level containment. Wright smiled slightly. Don't worry, they are just a prelude to make my subsequent appearance more reasonable. Emily, bless these guys with various magic powers. No matter what, you have to hold on until my grand debut. Chapter 144 Flesh and Blood Armor. This terrible disaster crocodile seemed to have infinite power. It swept away the surrounding ice and boulders with its head and tail, and continued to pounce on the nearest crowd. If it succeeded, there would be a river of blood. Wright had quietly left the panicked crowd, and found a place to hide. In the pond, 20 or 30 strong men had jumped into the deep pit, and rushed towards the undead disaster crocodile. They were magnificent, and roared like drums, forming a frenzy that was not inferior to the undead disaster crocodile. Emily, who was standing on the embankment, stopped releasing offensive magic to prevent accidental injuries to the members of the flesh and blood cult. Instead, she followed Wright's advice, and began to frantically bless these people with various blessings. As soon as she raised her hand, the wind and rock amplifications were added to these members. The speed of the muscular men suddenly increased, and their defense was greatly improved. In order not to expose her identity as a full system magician, Emily had to lock the magic she blesses into the 3 systems of wind, ice, and rock. Fortunately, it was enough for these people. Ho. These muscular men rushed forward and punched and kicked the disaster crocodile without saying anything. The dull sound of the punches hitting the flesh was deafening, and the onlookers were excited. The fierce crocodile had never been treated like this before, and it opened its mouth and bit a strong man next to it. Unexpectedly, the big brother did not dodge, and suddenly threw an uppercut, and then held the upper and lower jaws of the fierce crocodile with both hands. After all, the disaster crocodile is a disaster level containment. How can its bite force be compared with that of ordinary beasts? It just struggled, and the person in its mouth was a little bit overwhelmed. However, the next moment, 4 or 5 strong men actually jumped into its mouth and held its mouth together with their companions. This stunned the disaster crocodile. It quickly did a death roll and threw all the strong men in its mouth out. But just as it stood firm, the strong man next to it suddenly squatted down with his legs and jumped up suddenly. This man was like a human head cannonball, knocking the crocodile to the ground. The others nearby seemed to have found some new way to use their bodies, and they all followed suit, rushing towards the crocodile frantically. For a moment, the crocodile was knocked back again and again in agony. It raised its huge tail and swept across, but was blocked by the ice wall summoned by Emily. It was just a pause, and several strong men took the opportunity to hold its tail, and then swung it up. Boom. The crocodile hit the embankment, and Emily took the opportunity to condense a lot of magic, and bombarded the place where the crocodile fell. However, when the dust and smoke cleared, the crocodile still jumped out of it with its head shaking, and continued to rush towards the crowd like crazy. Damn it, how can this thing have so much energy? Even if it is immortal, won't it get tired? Emily was speechless. 1/3 of her magic power had been consumed, and most of the flesh and blood believers below were injured and exhausted. Everyone has spent so much effort. Even if they didn't kill the ferocious crocodile, at least they should let it rest for a while, right? As a result, the opponent's ferocity and madness did not show any sign of reduction, and it was still in a full-on state. Moreover, this guy did not seem to have any hatred, and was not pulled away by Emily and the blood and flesh followers' beatings. He was still very persistent in attacking the weak and helpless people. This made Emily and other blood and flesh followers very distressed. They had to do everything they could to delay the actions of the disaster crocodile, but there was no good way to deal with this indestructible, and tireless killing machine. Moreover, after the initial attack, Emily keenly discovered that the impact of both her own spells and the attacks of the blood and flesh followers was getting smaller and smaller. What does it mean? If this thing is beaten more, can it increase its corresponding resistance? Then why bother to fight? When will it be enough? Help. Run. After knocking the flesh believer away, the crocodile rushed up the embankment and rushed towards the street despite Emily's attack. If it rushed into the residential area like this, it would definitely cause a bloody storm. At this critical moment, a 3-meter tall, bright red human figure suddenly rushed out from a hidden corner. He suddenly punched the crocodile's side ribs and knocked it back to the bottom of the pit again. Then he jumped up and hit the crocodile with a heavy blow. With a loud bang, the red figure smashed directly into the middle of the crocodile. The crocodile let out a deafening wail and spurted a lot of blood from its mouth. That is. Emily pointed at the terrifying human figure covered with muscles below, and for a moment she didn't dare to recognize it. Lilith nodded. Yes, that's right. He is right. This guy's really crazy. He actually wears the flesh and blood he grows as armor. But this has greatly enhanced his physical strength. The other flesh and blood believers below were shocked. They had never seen Wright in this form, but they felt an unprecedented sense of closeness in their hearts. It was not until Wright posed a common fitness posture of the blood and flesh god that the flesh and blood believers suddenly realized. It's the god of flesh and blood. The god of flesh and blood responded to our call and came to the world. The believers knelt down one after another and praised the greatness of the blood and flesh. However, Wright pointed at them, shook his finger, and then made a common fitness posture. The believers were inspired, stood up one after another, and followed Wright to pose the same fitness posture. Hoo-ha. In an instant, the believers felt a kind of soul-throbbing cold bridge connection. They felt that their bodies were cheering, and their blood was rushing. The physical strength that had just been lost was instantly replenished, and the injuries that had been suffered were all recovered, and all the discomfort and fatigue were swept away. Praise. Praise. God of flesh and blood. As long as we work hard, muscles will never let us down. At this moment, Wright also felt an unprecedented sense of fullness. This power of faith from the believers made the flesh and blood armor on his body become larger and stronger. The scarlet light was blooming wantonly. Raw. There was a terrifying vibration under his feet, and the disaster crocodile that had just been trampled to death was resurrected again and directly threw Wright out. Facing the undead disaster crocodile, Wright sneered again and again. He rushed forward suddenly, kicked the disaster crocodile's jaw with a flying kick, and then took the opportunity to do a bodybuilding move. Seeing this, other believers also imitated it. Raw. The disaster crocodile wailed directly, raised its tail, and smashed towards Wright. However, Wright, who was wearing flesh and blood armor, was not afraid at all. He stood there without dodging or hiding. With a clang, he managed to withstand the blow and use the crocodile's tail to do a bodybuilding move. Ha! Seeing that it was a new move, the believers quickly imitated it, and an unprecedented power surged in their hearts. Great. This is simply great. I didn't expect that we had done it wrong before. We only did these ultimate moves when we were training. This is wrong. We should seize any opportunity and do it all the time. That's right. If we had just been fighting and incorporating the moves taught to us by the founder, we might not have been injured. We might even have become braver and braver. Yes, yes, yes. The god of flesh and blood must have come down specifically to teach us the real combat posture of the flesh and blood cult. He is so kind and attentive to us believers. He really is. I'm crying. Lilith, who witnessed the whole process on the embankment, covered her eyes involuntarily. It's over. It's over. We finally have a decent cult, and now it's led astray by him. Emily put away the crowbar. Lilith, to be honest, you have been with Wright for too long, and your standards for judging normal things have also been lowered. What is a decent cult? This cult of flesh and blood has been crooked from the beginning, but now it is even more crooked. Besides, this is a cult. It's normal to be abnormal, right? Cults can be evil, but they can't be weird. Lilith pointed to the bottom of the pit. Look, is there any good guy who can beat the enemy while taking care of bodybuilding movements and muscle display? There are people learning together. Look at the eyes of the onlookers around. After such a battle, it is estimated that everyone will choose to join the weird blood and flesh cult. Emily shook her head. I'm curious, where did he learn so many strange postures? It's very strange, but as long as you see it once, it feels like someone has used a red hot iron to firmly imprint it in your mind. I want to forget it but I can't. Every time I think of it, I feel something wrong. It's worthy of being a cult. At this moment, the battle in the pit is also coming to an end. For some reason, after being tortured by Wright for a while, the undead disaster crocodile has greatly reduced its resurrection speed, recovery speed, physical strength and madness. At this moment, it felt no different from an ordinary giant crocodile. Lilith saw the trick at a glance. The immortality of the undead disaster crocodile was devoured by the flesh and blood growing on Light's body. Emily was shocked when she heard it. This can also be devoured. They both have immortality traits, and the growing flesh and blood is the more powerful extinction level, while the undead disaster crocodile is the disaster level. It is normal to be devoured by the tray. Just like the same undead creatures, high-level vampires can easily kill gals. Emily came to Lilith. What do you mean by the disaster level you have been talking about? Lilith tilted her head and looked at Emily. Didn't Light tell you? He probably thinks this is common sense and doesn't realize that his common sense is not common sense to ordinary people. Damn it. Lilith laughed. You know, when we first met, he was a wanted criminal of the natural disaster level, right? Yes. In fact, the wanted order level of the Holy See is based on the level of the objects in the Tower of Truth. The judgment standard is the estimated damage caused to the target. The first level is called disaster, which means that the target is threatening, but has not caused a large-scale disaster, but there is a hidden danger of disaster. It is recommended to capture and arrest it as soon as possible. The second level is called emergency, which means that the target has caused harm and the situation is very urgent. It must be captured and accommodated as soon as possible, otherwise the disaster will worsen. The third level is calamity, and the undead alligator is a containment of this level. Its strength is beyond doubt, and it is a symbol of disaster and misfortune. The 4th level is a natural disaster level. It means that the target is very powerful and the destructive power is even greater, enough to be compared with some natural phenomena, such as typhoons, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions and other natural disasters. The 5th level is extinction, as the name suggests. When an extinction level target appears, it means that a large area of life is cut off, just like the disaster of species extinction. Generally speaking, a dozen natural disaster levels can be compared with an extinction level. The flesh and blood that grows is just like this. If it is not stopped, or if it fails to be stopped, it will devour everything it encounters, leaving nothing behind. As for the 6th level, catastrophe, it is a destruction that the entire world cannot bear. Among the numbered prisoners we saw in the Black Iron prison, 2 were at the catastrophe level. But in my opinion, they are not that capable yet. The Tower of Truth has a strict standard for judging the inmates, but the Holy Light Church's judgment on wanted criminals is a bit inaccurate. Otherwise, Wright would at least be at the catastrophe level. Emily nodded repeatedly. Indeed. Look. There seems to be something wrong with Wright's flesh and blood. Lilith looked down and saw that it was indeed the case. The flesh and blood battle suit on Wright's body kept surging, and behind him, a hideous human figure appeared. Lilith couldn't help but exclaimed, "This has the image of the evil god being condensed." Chapter 145 The Evil God of Flesh and Blood, Subscription Request. Emily looked at the ferocious shadow behind Wright and couldn't help but feel a chill. However, she looked around and found that no one else seemed to have seen the ferocious god of flesh and blood. Lilith saw her confusion and explained softly, "No doubt, that phantom is real. It's just that you need to reach a certain level of spiritual power to see it. The mage and divine spell departments may need to be at the advanced level of the 4th order, and the warrior department may need to be at the elementary level of the 5th order. Then, what exactly is that? The image of the evil god, or the spiritual body? It is the elementary form of the god, especially the evil god like this one who starts from scratch, and it has to go through a process from nothing to something." Lilith pointed at Wright in the pit. Generally, the worship of evil gods will have a symbol of the evil god. For the blood and flesh cult, it is the growing flesh in Wright's hand. In the first stage, a large amount of faith will converge on this symbol, and then give birth to its initial spiritual wisdom. In this process, the better the quality of the symbol chosen, the faster the spiritual consciousness and wisdom will be born. A gem with magic power will always give birth to spiritual consciousness faster than a piece of stone you pick up at random. It's just that simple. Of course, the growing flesh itself has a certain spiritual wisdom, so its first stage will be faster. In addition, it is an extinction level containment object, and it has eaten a large amount of all chemical bodies used by the Sage of Reason. It is considered the best among the symbols, but it has only been less than half a month to give birth to a spiritual body. Wright's ability to preach the cult is really terrible. Emily clenched the crowbar, and the solid touch of the holy sword of physics made her feel much more at ease. So, this is the second stage of the evil god, right? Lilith nodded. Yes, it has its own inherent image. In this way, believers can worship the statue, and their faith will be more specific and more solid. The speed at which the evil god absorbs faith will also be faster, which is more conducive to the spread of faith. Then, what's the next step? What is the next stage? Condensing the body of the god. In other words, having a real body, from invisible to visible, and then to materialization. The original fire we saw that day, he already has a physical body, and even condensed the godhead, and is already a true god. While the two women were talking and chatting, Wright's flesh and blood armor had returned to normal. Although the appearance has not changed, it always feels more solid and stronger. Clang. The flesh and blood on his right hand grew rapidly, and turned into a sharp blade of flesh and blood. The people around him exclaimed. At this time, the disaster crocodile was at the end of its strength, but it did not know what it meant to retreat or escape. The reason why the shelter was sheltered was because these guys could not communicate with it in a normal way. Wright did not intend to let this man-eating beast continue to exist in the world. He rushed straight towards the attacking disaster crocodile, and suddenly changed his body shape at the moment when the crocodile pounced. Then, He slid into the disaster crocodile with a sliding shovel, and by the way, he used the sharp blade in his right hand to directly disembowel a disaster crocodile. With a bang, the disaster crocodile lay at the bottom of the pit, fluttered a few times, and then lost its vitality. A trace of flesh buds emerged from the feet of Wright's flesh and blood armor, drilled through the ground, and began to frantically devour the essence of the disaster crocodile's body. Lilith saw this and hit Emily. Use magic to cover, quickly. Oh. Although Emily was a little slow, she had been following the two for so long, and was no longer the same as before. She immediately shook the holy sword of physics in her hand, and in an instant, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and she madly attacked the body of the disaster crocodile. Her action did not arouse the suspicion of the people around her. After all, the disaster crocodile had been resurrected several times. Seize the opportunity to completely destroy it, and destroy it without leaving any residue, then everyone will be more relieved. Seeing this, the believers around also raised stones and smashed the body of the disaster crocodile madly. Even the people watching on the embankment picked up bricks and stones to vent their grief and anger. In this chaos, Wright had quietly swallowed the essence of the disaster crocodile and left quietly. He found an empty alley, took off his flesh and blood armor, and then quietly returned to the embankment to meet Emily and the others. Oh, the unknown hero is back. Lilith nudged Wright with her elbow. What did you get? A lot of haul. The power in this calamity crocodile should not be underestimated, but due to various reasons, its strength cannot be fully utilized. It is rated as a disaster level, mainly because of its lack of destructive power. If it is based on its preciousness, I'm afraid it can be upgraded to another level. Lilith was very surprised. No way. Could this kind of killing machine that has no self, when it goes crazy, have divinity? No. But, Wright quietly explained to the two women, although the growing flesh and blood is immortal, it is not restored. Do you understand what I mean? Because the growing flesh and blood has no fixed shape, if a part is destroyed, it is destroyed. You see, it grows back, but it is not, because its whole body is the same. But the calamity crocodile is different. Its immortal attribute comes from the rampage of the reptile's ability to regenerate broken limbs. In other words, it is a tangible regeneration immortality. If I cut off a leg of the calamity crocodile, it will grow another leg that is exactly the same. The growing flesh and blood originally did not have this effect, but now, it has devoured the immortality of the disaster crocodile. Lilith clapped her hands. Did you already devour it when you were fighting? Of course. No wonder. It is because of the immortality of the shape that it makes up for the last shortcoming of the growing flesh and blood. So it condensed a spiritual body. Wright smiled. Absolutely correct. This time I really picked up a treasure. Otherwise, it would have been much more difficult for the growing flesh and blood to condense its spiritual body. In addition, you see, Wright spread out his hands, and a small piece of growing flesh and blood emerged from his palm. It was still that strange blood red, mixed with a little black. But suddenly, scales and claws grew on this piece of meat. Such a weird scene made Emily's scalp numb. If she hadn't covered her mouth in time, she would have screamed. What is this? A new ability. Flesh and blood armoring. Scale form. With it, I can disguise myself as a lizardman, crocodile man, or even a half-dragon man. Lilith was speechless. Are you addicted to being an unknown hero? If you keep going on like this, you will really become part of the urban legend of Harbor City. Emily asked weakly. This thing has become so strange now. If you continue to feed those workers, will there be any problems? Wright pondered for a moment. It's okay. They are all inactivated. What's more, their purity is too low. The flesh pressure is not enough. But, it is not ruled out that in the future, when their flesh pressure level is increased, and the purity is sufficient, they will also have the ability to arm themselves with flesh and blood. Emily imagined that hundreds of dock workers, who were originally extremely strong, had completed their flesh and blood armoring one by one like Wright had just done. Add to that the scaled claws they had just acquired, then shout slogans and pose in all kinds of uniform bodybuilding postures to fight the enemy. Is there any way to cleanse my memory? I want to completely destroy the picture that I just imagined in my mind. I don't want to think about it again in this life. Now that you mention it, I'm curious about what you've thought of. Wright put away the growing flesh and blood with his backhand. I have a bold idea now. Lilith immediately stretched out her hand to stop him. I suggest you don't let your imagination run wild. No, listen to me. I was thinking about collecting other collections or phenomena with undead characteristics, and then feed them all to the growing flesh and blood. I'm still very curious about what kind of thing will be created in the end. Cataclysm level collection? Not impossible. Lilith sighed. How should I put it? Although it's not appropriate for me, an outsider demon, to say this, but please, let this world full of disasters go. Wright waved his hand. You worry too much. I have a lot of experience in training Pokemon and Digimon. Don't look at me like this. I have also won the title of Pokemon Master many times, and won the League Championship. All the flesh and blood that are grown will be strictly selected by Wright. Isn't that even more terrible? You have the talent to make everything more dangerous, don't you know? You still use Wright's strict selection, which will make things even more uncontrollable. Wright thought about it again and again, and just smiled. Emily swallowed her saliva. It's over. This guy didn't listen at all. His smile is obviously a smile that is going to cause trouble. Lilith, what should we do? Lilith sighed. Forget it. The tray of immortality is not that easy to get anyway. Even in the demon world, immortality is a relatively rare trait. Emily was stunned for a moment. Last time you said that immortality is the best selling thing in hell. Lilith grinned. That is a fake immortality. In fact, it is a curse. It is like binding your soul in your body and cannot be freed. It is a far cry from the tray of immortality. While they were chatting, the venting below was almost over. Seeing that the monster had stopped moving, everyone began to clean up the debris on its body. As a result, after digging for a long time, there was only a pile of rotten meat and bones left, and it looked like it was dead. Suddenly, the people gave a deafening cheer. Since the fog descended, the residents of Harbor City felt proud for the first time, as if they were in another world. The residents who lost their loved ones cried bitterly, and the people cheered for this hard-won victory. Soon, Emily became the object of people's praise. After all, it was she who turned the tide at the beginning. Throughout the whole process, except for the evil god who came out of nowhere, she also performed outstandingly. Seeing Emily's smile, after being surrounded by the crowd, Lilith nodded with relief. It seems that Emily has really grown up. She may have a good dream tonight. That won't do. Tonight, we are going to the Nightmare Abyss. The 17th day of Riwen. Chapter 146 Little Fangirl Alice. It was not dark yet, and the fog rose again. Wright stood on the roof, looking at the gradually thickening fog, frowning. The fog appeared 10 minutes earlier today. Lilith, who was standing beside him, nodded slightly. It seems that killing one of the weirdos has increased the confidence of the people, but has not stopped the pace of the fog. In fact, I don't see any impact. Wright pondered for a moment. It will always reveal flaws. The reason why a lie is a lie is that it has flaws. When a lie tends to be perfect, it is also the time when it collapses. I call it the lie collapse theory. Master of theory, it's time to go to bed. Wait a minute. Lilith's little face suddenly collapsed. It's okay if it works, and it's not okay if it doesn't. What's the point of waiting a minute? Oh. Wright was furious, and he directly held Lilith under his armpits, and jumped off the roof, and walked towards his room. As he walked, he shouted, Emily, get ready, see you in the dream. Emily in her room was startled. Ah, so early? But the only answer she got was the slam of the door. Emily had no choice but to put on her pajamas and lie on the bed, concentrating on entering the dream gap using the dream entering method. After waiting for a while, Wright appeared in front of her with Lilith. Emily seemed eager to try. Right. Hand over the Witch of Dreams quickly. Why are you in such a hurry? I have to see if anyone is there. Wright spread his hands, and a light blue butterfly bloomed like a flower, then flapped its wings, and flew to the distance of the dream. Emily blinked her eyes curiously. What was that just now? It feels different from the dream creatures I saw before. Wright glanced at her. That's one of my dream servants, the dream butterfly. Dream servant? Ah, it's a fantasy creature that I have subdued. Some fantasy creatures are born from the cracks in dreams, and some are created artificially. The dream butterfly was created by me, and the one just now was just her clone. If there is a chance, I can introduce you to it. But, you have to wait until you reach at least the advanced level of the saint rank, otherwise you will be affected by her abilities, and will not be able to distinguish between dreams and reality. Emily seemed to understand, but seemed very excited. Can I have my own dream servant too? Of course, as long as you can subdue them. But there is one thing you have to remember, the fantasy creatures in dreams are very strong. They are like fish swimming in the sea, or birds flying in the sky. If you want to subdue the other party, you must at least be stronger than the other party. Otherwise, you will be counterattacked by the other party, and become the other party's slave in turn. Wright held Emily's head with his hand. So, don't try it. Dreams are not a joke. If you are not careful, even death can't save you. Emily shuddered when she heard this. She did want to subdue 1 or 2 dream servants just now. Fortunately, with Wright's reminder, she put away her contempt. Wright brought the 2 of them directly to his dream courtyard. The 3 of them waited in the courtyard for a while, and then saw the dream butterfly slowly flying back. When the butterfly landed on Wright's shoulder, the surrounding dream barriers twisted, and then a cute little girl like a doll appeared in front of the 3 people out of thin air. She looked around timidly, and when she saw Wright, she immediately smiled. Brother Wright. The little girl suddenly rushed over, and Wright picked her up directly. Alice, you are finally here. Wait a minute. Emily was instantly upset. She forcibly snatched Alice from Wright's arms, and then pulled away from Wright. What's going on? When did you 2 become so familiar with each other? Lilith looked at Light in annoyance. What's going on? Light. Cut. Ahem. After the last time, I contacted her through the spiritual cube left in Alice's dreamland, and soon established a deep revolutionary friendship. Oh. Light leaned close to Lilith's ear and said, I've investigated. She was deceived and used by the Tower of Truth. She is a little girl with no bad intentions. I'm good at coaxing children. After a while, she became familiar with me. Her life experience is quite pitiful, so she is more dependent on me. Lilith stepped on Light. How many good sisters do you have? Stop it. I invited her here today to help you unblock. With her help, you can recover at least 50% of your strength this time. Sister Lilith was immediately energetic when she heard this, flapped her wings, and flew to Emily, snatched Alice away, held her in her arms, and rubbed her cheek affectionately. Hello, sister. My name is Lilith. Nice to meet you. Oh, sister, you are so beautiful and cute. Your little skirt is so beautiful. Sister, you smell so good, and your hands are so small, so cute. Emily walked back to Wright with a complicated expression. Right, who is this? Why don't I recognize her suddenly? Just a poor succubus who longs to get her good figure back. Go and pull her away. Don't let her scare Alice. Come to think of it, is her name Alice? Alice is an orphan, and has no name. In the real world, people call her little one. Alice, I named her. Wright lowered his voice. By the way, Alice in this world has a fever when she was young, which makes her legs and feet inconvenient. She can only move with crutches and armchairs on weekdays. Emily covered her mouth. How could this happen? I have asked the nearest Vatican to send someone to pick her up. The welfare home where the child is no longer making ends meet. Their director, the old lady, takes them to beg on the street to barely maintain their food. Because she was born with a disability and looks quite pitiful, she can get the most alms every time she begs. Wright took a deep breath. Can you understand how I feel when I see her telling me these things with such pride? Then you take her away. What about the welfare home and the others? Wright nodded slightly. The welfare home is not located in the Holy Land. It is difficult for the church to penetrate deeply into it. Once people know that they have close contact with the church, they are likely to be ostracized or even persecuted by extremists. I have asked the church to secretly fund the welfare home, but it is not that easy to rescue those poor children from suffering. Looking at Emily, whose face was full of heartache, Wright sighed. I know what you're thinking. I have the power to kill even gods, so why can't I do anything about such a small matter? Emily, you must remember this. Strong strength is not a pass to do whatever you want. The stronger a person is, the more he should learn how to solve difficulties and problems like an ordinary person. Only in this way can we ensure that the operation of the world is minimally affected. Otherwise, you will degenerate into the group of people in the Tower of Truth in the future. Looking at Emily's seemingly understood look, Wright sighed helplessly. The world is very fragile. Seeing the wolf eating the rabbit, I felt that the rabbit was too pitiful, so I killed all the wolves. It seems to have solved the problem, but it will only make things more troublesome. I was able to save Alice with thunder, and those poor children. But the subsequent impact of doing so may cause more tragedies similar to Alice in 5, 10, or 20 years, or even more miserable. The more powerful a person is, the more he must learn to respect ordinariness. Do you understand? I understand. If you understand, go and rescue Alice from the arms of a fanatical demon. The child is about to cry. Emily rushed over and snatched Alice back. Wright grabbed Lilith and held her tightly in his arms. Okay, control it. I know that witches have plump souls, but you stay with Emily every day, so you should have resistance. This one is different. This one is more obedient. Wright could understand what Lilith said. Perhaps because of her ability, Alice, the witch who manages dreams, has a stronger mental power, and the purity of her soul is so great that even Wright was amazed when he saw it. No wonder Lilith, as a succubus, would go crazy for it. Simply put, if Lilith is a cat, then Emily and Scarlet are canned meat, and Alice is catnip. Although they are all cats' favorite things, their properties are simply incomparable. However, the price of this specialness is that Alice probably doesn't have special abilities like Emily and Scarlet in the real world. I just heard that you are going to pick her up. Have you figured out how to place her? Wright smiled slightly. Of course I will keep her with me. I plan to heal Alice's leg. Besides, with the Witch of Dreams by my side, it's like having an extra general when playing against the Devil of Lies. Emily also likes Alice very much. Really? Can you heal Sister Alice? Otherwise, why do you think I'm studying the growth of flesh and blood? Alice struggled to break free from Emily's embrace, ran to Wright's side, and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Brother Wright, these two sisters are so weird and scary. Wright didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's okay, they just like you too much, and are a little too enthusiastic. Hey, you two, wipe the saliva from the corners of your mouths. Wow, I really should find a mirror for you two to look at. Don't look like weird aunts. If you continue like this, I will send you two to the security bureau. I'm not like Lilith. Emily came over and raised one of her hands. Sister Alice, come, smell it. No. Alice was scared and ran to the other side, looking at Emily timidly. Ahem, Alice, this sister Emily is also a witch like you. That's why she asked you to smell it. Really? Alice slowly came forward and smelled Emily's hand, and then her eyes lit up. Really? Sister, you are a witch too. Emily hugged Alice in her arms. Yes, I'm a witch too. From today on, you are my half-sister. Don't worry, I will protect you. Wright rolled his eyes. You have to have the ability to protect yourself first. Everyone is here, so we will start to dive into the nightmare abyss. After that, he walked out of the courtyard and pointed to the open space in front. Then, a huge wooden sailboat slowly rose from the dream clouds and docked in front of the farmyard. However, this ship is very strange. Every minute and every second old parts and components fall off and are replaced with new ones. Let's go. 3 beauties. The nightmare is about to begin. Chapter 147, The Second Sacred Artifact. Subscription request. Emily was a little worried when she saw the huge sailing ship. This ship looks shabby. Can it work? What do you know? Only this ship can go deep into the depths of the nightmare abyss. Wright jumped onto the deck first and turned back to greet the 3 people in the nightmare abyss. Everything will be eroded at all times. If you are not careful, you will become a part of the nightmare abyss and be completely assimilated. This ship is literally metabolizing every moment, which can perfectly offset the power of the nightmare abyss. It can ensure that the loss is minimized before we reach our destination. Otherwise, just diving to a certain depth will make people exhausted. Lilith nodded slightly. That's true. After that, she pulled the 2 witches onto the ship together. But when she landed on the deck, she still glared at Wright with some complaints. But if someone is willing to leave his or her holy artifact behind, we will be more comfortable diving. Emily was stunned. What holy artifact? You still have a holy artifact? Ah, there is a holy artifact that is more popular in the cracks of dreams. But because it is too dangerous, I found a place to seal it. Lilith pouted. Where is it dangerous? I think Utopia is quite convenient. Utopia? Emily muttered. The name sounds weird. What's the use? Utopia, also known as the country of fantasy. It is absolute freedom from constraints, and a place that is more dreamlike than dreams. After talking about his holy artifact, Wright sighed. This was originally a holy artifact I created to cooperate with my own sanctuary. But later I discovered that this thing has the power to distort the boundary between the real world and the dream world. If you are not careful, it may cause the collapse of the real world or the materialization of the dream world. Once this ability is abused, the world is likely to collapse completely and eventually fall into the dream crevice. So, it was sealed by me. Emily covered her mouth in surprise. Then the effect of this thing, isn't it the same as what is happening in Harbor City now? It looks the same, but it's actually different. How can I describe it to you? It's like this Rubik's Cube. Wright spread out his hand, and a messy 9-level Rubik's Cube appeared in his palm. What the Devil of Lies does, is to restore the Rubik's Cube by twisting it continuously. And what I do, is to find 6 colors of watercolor pens and paint the grids on it with new colors. It seems that we have both met the requirements, but the essence is very different. This is why Utopia is more dangerous and more harmful to the world. If the Devil of Lies uses the same method as me, he will not be able to gain energy from the collapse of the current situation, but will have to invest a lot of money instead. Emily took a breath of cold air. This thing sounds very terrible. When I created this holy weapon, I had not yet learned to revere ordinariness. After I gained some insights, I made up my mind to seal Utopia and the other holy weapon. While speaking, Wright stomped on the deck twice. There will be no problem with this ship of Theseus. I made it specially to save Lilith from the abyss of nightmares. After hearing this, Lilith was immediately happy. Take a closer look. This ship is pretty good. Okay, I like this ship. Let's go. Wright couldn't help but laugh, and then he snapped his fingers, and the huge ship began to sink. As the ship sank, the surrounding scenery began to change. If the dream rift where they were at the beginning was at the sea level, then they were now beginning to dive deep into the sea. The lazy and soft style around them changed, and a cold and dark atmosphere began to emerge. Alice was young, and she ran over and grabbed Wright's hand. Brother Wright, I'm scared. Emily was also very scared. After all, this was her first time in the nightmare abyss. She also wanted to run to Wright for a sense of security, but after hearing what Alice said, courage suddenly surged in her heart. Don't be afraid, Alice. Sister Emily is here, and I won't let you be in any danger. Suddenly, a huge monster rushed towards the ship of Theseus, opened its huge mouth and bit it. Emily, who was very handsome just now, screamed in fear, and hugged one of Wright's arms tightly. Help. Calm down. Unexpectedly, the imaginary beast bit down, and the entire hull was like an illusory phantom, and was not affected at all. Meow Kitten ran out from nowhere, rubbed around Wright's feet, and finally fiddled with Wright's shoelaces. Looking at Emily, who was frightened and pale, Wright couldn't help but joked, "Who are you going to protect like this? This is just the shallow layer. We are going to go deep into the endless nightmare." Emily blushed and let go of Wright's arm, turned around and looked at Alice, who was staring at her with big eyes. Seeing this, Emily hurriedly put her hands on her knees and lowered her head, trying to save her image. Ahem. Alice, actually my sister is not what you see. Alice let go of Wright's hand, came to Emily, tiptoed and rubbed Emily's head. Don't be afraid, sister. Alice is very powerful in the dream. Alice will protect you. Emily froze in place, not knowing what to do for a moment. She wanted to pretend to be a sister protecting her little sister, but ended up being comforted instead. The key is that this action just now made her feel safe. Feeling embarrassed, Emily quickly changed the subject. Oh, what a cute little cat. Is this the ship cat on this ship? It's strange that you know about ship cats. Of course, I'm also well read. As a magician, you have a terrible knowledge of magic, but you have a wide range of extracurricular readings. How dare you show it off? As soon as Wright stretched out his hand, the cat jumped onto his arm and then sat on his shoulder. Don't underestimate it. This cat is very important. With it, we can safely dive to the target depth. What's its name? Any name is fine. Tom, Garfield, Doraemon, but don't call it Scrudina. Otherwise. Meow. The cat suddenly got angry and scratched Wright's hair, looking very angry. Otherwise, it will go berserk. However, this cat seemed to like Alice very much. It jumped off Wright's shoulder and landed in Alice's arms, rubbing her cheek affectionately, making her giggle. Lilith snorted coldly when she saw this. What kind of owner has what kind of cat? Let me rub it too. Fortunately, Wright was quick-witted and pulled Lilith back. Be obedient. Suddenly, a shrill cry came from below, piercing the eardrums of the four people. Lilith's face changed drastically. Oh no, that guy is coming to retaliate against us. Wright patted his ears. What's the hurry? Emily steadied her trembling legs. What? Who is coming to retaliate against us? It was the last time I went to the Nightmare Abyss, and I beat up one of the fantasy beasts, the Emperor. At that time, I had Utopia to protect me, and that guy was no match for me at all. But now, I guess he realized that Utopia is not with me, so he wants to get back at me? Wait a minute. Emily quickly made a pause gesture. I remember you said that Utopia is a fantasy country, an ideal place of absolute freedom. It doesn't sound like it is aggressive. What are you talking about? Whose land doesn't have national defense facilities? Wright's index finger and thumb opened slightly, so I added a pinch of anti-tank artillery in Utopia. A pinch. What's the matter? Caliber is truth. Equivalent is justice. Everything within the range is the land area. Although I went too far, doesn't that stinky hairtail need to reflect on itself? As he spoke, a huge black shadow rushed out from below and surrounded the ship of Theseus. The imaginary giant beast that could swallow the entire ship just now was probably the size of the pupil of this giant beast king. Stared at by these eyes that covered the sky, Emily on the boat couldn't help swallowing her saliva. But this time, she still tried to move her feet and blocked Alice. With Tom here, it shouldn't hurt us, right? Of course it can hurt us. An existence that can advance to become an emperor can dominate a certain area. If it really fights with us, it can offset Tom's ability. It's just, the cost is relatively high. In order to maintain its dominance, ordinary imaginary emperors will not spend so much energy to fight to the death. As soon as Wright finished speaking, the giant hairtail suddenly began to glow all over, and then countless electric currents burst out from it and bombarded the ship of Theseus. Ha! Tom jumped from Alice's arms onto the deck, his hair standing on end and his aura fully on fire. His figure switched between reality and illusion, successfully resisting all the electric currents. Ha! I thought it was a hairtail, but it turned out to be an electric eel. Lilith was very nervous. Is this the point? I don't think this ship cat can hold on for long. Don't panic. Since I said I would take you to release the seal, I have made all the preparations. Wright stretched out his hand and made a stroke towards the huge fantasy emperor. To deal with the overlord, of course you have to use another overlord. Or, another one. With a deep cry, a giant fish that was no weaker than the giant electric eel rushed out from below and directly knocked the other party out. Then the giant fish transformed into a giant bird that covered the sky and the sun and directly grabbed the fantasy giant beast emperor. Looking at the incomparably large bird, the three girls on the deck opened their mouths involuntarily. Light pinched his waist and greeted the other party, then turned to look at the three women. Let me introduce you. This is my second dream servant, Kunpeng. It will escort us on the rest of our journey. Chapter 148 The Demon's Surprise Attack. Wow. The three girls looked at the giant bird guarding the ship, their faces full of shock. When did you subdue such a huge fantasy creature? Didn't expect it? I raised it. Wright smiled and waved his hand, and Kunpeng flapped his wings and flew away with the giant electric eel. I said I would help you get your body back. Do you think I was just perfunctory? I've been making preparations. Lilith jumped up happily, hugged Wright's neck, and kissed him fiercely. I knew you loved me. Emily was also full of confidence. With such a huge fantasy beast overlord guarding, there shouldn't be any trouble next time, right? Wright trembled all over. Stupid. Don't say such things. Whoosh. An arrow broke through the air and pierced Tomcat's position and nailed to the mast of Theseus's ship. Wright turned his head and saw a large number of strange looking ships approaching him. On those strange vehicles stood demons of different ranks. Okay, that's all. Wright put Lilith down and walked to the bow with his hands behind his back. Why do you want to make trouble with me? Among the demons, a small paper boat slowly floated over and an old demon stood on the bow. The other party grinned, revealing the few remaining yellow teeth. Sir, where are you going? I go wherever I want. What's your business? The old devil was not angry, still looking at him with a smile. You are going to the desecrated temple in the nightmare abyss, right? What? The desecrated temple is your home, right? I want to go. So what? Sir, Lilith cannot be released. Don't forget that there are lies outside. If at this time, greed also breaks free, that is something we, the devil family, will never tolerate. Wright frowned impatiently. Since when do I need to consider the mood of the devil? Get out of the way, otherwise you will all be buried here today. Since sir, you are so ruthless, don't blame us, the devil family. Given. The old devil's words almost sprained Emily's waist. She was ready for the battle, but she didn't expect the other side to call it a day. What is this? As long as you dare to step into my bottom line, I will let you know how weak I am, and adjust the bottom line further down. Devils, are they amazing? Lilith whispered to Emily. They are the most sophisticated egoists in the world. They will try their best to avoid any risks and dangers that can be avoided. If a devil intends to confront you head on, you must have pushed him to a dead end. As long as there is a way, he will not be completely helpless. Miss Lilith, we are willing to help you take back your power. We only hope that we can forget the unpleasant past and embrace a better tomorrow together. After all, we still have the common enemy, the devil of lies, don't you think? After hearing the old devil's words, Lilith snorted coldly. Oh, isn't this Mr. Fire Player? We haven't seen each other for many years. I remember that I was sealed in the temple of blasphemy, which is inseparable from your active performance. The old devil smiled when he heard it. Ha 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 ha. Miss Lilith, you are polite. As the saying goes, time is like running water, washing away our common memories. As time goes by, even enemies are already one of the few acquaintances, right? HMPH, you're lucky. I'm not the same person I used to be. If you have anything to say, tell Light. The old devil was overjoyed. It was obviously much easier to communicate with Light than with Lilith. Mr. Light, you are so tall and strong. You can even subdue the devil of lust. I just want to spread your mighty deeds to all planes, all worlds. That's not necessary. I'm a man who likes to keep a low profile. Light coughed twice. You are a devil, so you naturally know the rules. Everything has a price. Bramister, let Lilith not bother you. Okay. So, what's the price? The old devil swallowed his saliva and clapped his hands. Soon, a warship slowly sailed over, and two young devils on it carried down a huge treasure chest. The old devil placed it on the bow of the paper boat and gently opened it. The treasure chest was full of soul currency. On the top, there was a golden crown. Lilith didn't care much at first, but when she saw the crown, she immediately became excited. Profane holy crown. This thing is in the hands of you guys. Profane. Holy crown. Emily's face was full of confusion. What is this? Lilith took a deep breath and calmed herself down as much as possible. To put it simply, it was with this secret treasure that the devils led me to the profane temple and sealed my body there. Emily nodded, not quite understanding. What good will this thing do you? Of course. Do you think that you can sit back and relax after mastering the concept? Lilith grabbed the boat gang. The number of rules far exceeds the concept. All the rule gods want to go further and have to compete for the power of the concept. You become the holder of the concept, and then you become the hunting target of the holder of the same rule. If you don't want to be killed, and your authority is not taken away, you must keep going up, up, up. This is a hunting game that will never end. If you are not careful, you will become a stepping stone for others. Emily was startled by Lilith's appearance, and then whispered, and then, what? This holy crown. Wright turned his head and explained for Lilith. Profaning the holy crown can upgrade the concept of lust held by Lilith again. In this way, her authority will be more stable and broader. When the concept you control is so broad that it is indescribable, you can leap to the next stage. But you should remember that I once said, the indescribable often represents stupidity and blindness. Few individuals can guarantee the integrity and independence of their own will. In the words of our hometown, it is called, Upper 9, the arrogant dragon will regret. The old devil rubbed his hands together. As long as Lady Lilith promises not to go against our devil clan anymore, we are willing to offer it with both hands. You guy. Wright frowned. You still dare to play this kind of word game with me? What do you mean by not going against your devil clan? This oath is too broad, right? After this, won't Lilith be unable to take action against any of you devils? Emily curled her lips. Oh my god, why does this devil speak so many traps? Lilith laughed. It's 2 traps. They said to offer it with both hands, but they didn't say what it represents. Wright raised 3 fingers. It's 3. They said they were willing, but they didn't say they must. It's like I'm willing to buy something, but I don't necessarily pay for it. These guys love to get something for nothing. The old devil smiled awkwardly. I definitely don't mean to trap you two. It's mainly because we are used to it. We are willing to sign the contract. In black and white. Sole imprint. Wright raised his eyebrows. Why are you so honest this time? The old devil said with a sad face. We are more afraid of you playing tricks. Chapter 149. I'll choose for you. Subscribe. When signing a contract with the devil, you need to be careful not to give the devil a chance to take advantage of loopholes. When signing a contract with Wright, you need to be careful not to arouse his interest in taking advantage of loopholes. Because preventing him from taking advantage of loopholes is impossible. No matter how high the wall is, it can't stop a person who wants to beat you up, even if he climbs over the wall. The only way to avoid being beaten is to prevent him from wanting to beat you up. It's that simple. Therefore, in this contract, the devil was unprecedentedly pus, and he almost took out his heart to show him. The contract, which is as thick as a dictionary, actually said a simple thing. The devil is willing to compensate Lilith with a sum of soul currency and the blasphemous crown, hoping that the other party will not come to trouble the devils because of what happened that year. Among them, the guarantor is Wright. Or in other words, the judge is Wright. If there is a problem with the things given by the devil, then Wright will go to them to have a heart-to-heart talk. If Lilith is not trustworthy, then Wright will talk to her about life and ideals in a simple and easy to understand way. With such a big Buddha sitting in charge, the whole transaction process is still very smooth. As the demons retreated, Light grabbed the old demon fire player. I've been looking for a way to repair soul damage recently. If you happen to come across it, remember to come to me. The price is negotiable. Yes, it's just a little troublesome to get it. Then thank you for your help. By the way, I'm also collecting immortality trays recently. Please spread the news for me, and the price is negotiable. The old demon looked at Light in surprise. When did you start pursuing immortality? This is not like your style. Once we, who play tactics, want to be comfortable, we will be completely comfortable. I'm not that boring, but it's quite fun to play with it. Bad taste. How interesting it is to fight against each other. This pursuit of eternity and immutability is not suitable for us. Just spread the news. The old demon sighed. Playing with things will make you lose your ambition. Okay, I'll ask for you. Fire player stepped on the paper boat, shook his head, and sighed and left. After all the demons left, Light returned to the deck. Okay, they're all gone. Wright pointed at Emily and said angrily, you, be careful with your words in the future. Especially in dreams. There are some words that you can't say casually. If you say it casually, it will bring bad omens. By then, you won't even know how you died. There are many words that only people with a strong life can withstand. Don't you understand? It was the first time that Emily saw Wright so angry, and she nodded repeatedly. I know. I will be careful with my words in the future. Okay, don't be mean to her. Hurry up and take this thing with me. Wright reached out and took out the crown of blasphemy from the treasure chest, looking at Lilith hesitantly. Before you take this thing, there are some things I need to explain to you. This is a delaying tactic of the devils. Concept level fusion and expansion requires a lot of time. Once you start trying to refine this profane crown, you will have to stop some actions. It's like a python that has swallowed a huge prey and needs to find a place to digest it for a while. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to move, especially now that your body has not fully recovered. After hearing this, Emily immediately stood in front of Lilith. That won't do. We still have to deal with the demon of lies and save the witch. I didn't know it before, but I didn't expect Lilith to be a strong concept level master. Then with 2 concept level masters on our side, aren't we sure to win? In this kind of must-win situation, there's no need to reduce a main combat force first, right? Wright shook his finger. A battle between concept level masters is not a simple comparison of size. Let me ask you, who is stronger, fire or water? This. Look, you can't even judge the fight between simple elemental concepts, so how can you measure the strength of the more empty and broad concept of lies? Lilith was a little impatient at this moment. Oh, she understands. Put it on for me quickly. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Wright still didn't put the holy crown on Lilith. There's one more thing. Your body has gradually adapted since it was unsealed 4.5 years ago. If you take back your former power, you need to digest it for a while. You know that, right? I know. After all, I've been separated from my body for too long. But if you include this thing, it will take you longer to digest it. I know that too. What I mean is that it will be very slow for your body to recover to its adult form. After Wright finished speaking, Lilith fell silent. This is indeed a question worth thinking about. In the face of power and family status, Lilith seemed a little confused. Then, what should I do? Without saying a word, Wright put the holy crown on her head. I haven't made a choice yet. Let me choose. Of course, choose the path that is better for you. Lilith stroked the profane holy crown on her head. This was something she had always dreamed of. Now that she has it, it doesn't seem that worth being happy about. Oh, then what should I do with my body? Just grow up slowly. Besides, I never said anything. Well, I did say a lot, but that was all a joke. Wright reached out and pinched Lilith's cheek. I promise I won't say it anymore. Don't give up such a good opportunity because of this kind of thing. Lilith pouted, but I still don't want to give up. Wright didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you really mind so much, after you are completely unsealed, the feedback of the original power will still allow you to have a certain amount of shaping space. Lilith became interested when she heard it. Really? Of course, it's like a Coke that's not completely frozen. Although most of it needs to wait for the ice to melt before you can drink it, you can still drink a lot if you sip it hard. Although it can't restore you to your most perfect physical condition, at least, it's enough to improve the part you care about most. But again, the time it takes for you to recover to your complete form will be delayed a lot. Lilith waved her hands nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. I don't plan to fully recover my full form anyway. If that happens, won't I have to go back to the demon world? This is perfect. What are you waiting for? Let's continue diving. Wright nodded slightly. You go to the cabin to familiarize yourself with the power of blasphemy. When you dive to a certain depth, I'll let Emily call you. Lilith hummed happily and went to the cabin. After she left, Emily immediately left Alice and went to Wright. Light. What exactly does the last that Lilith is in charge of mean? Are you interested in this? Actually, I'm more interested in your concept. But Lilith explained it to me once, and I didn't understand it at all. But Lilith is a succubus, and she's in charge of lust. Is it what I think? Light laughed. At the beginning, it was indeed what you thought. At that time, Lilith was not lustful. She devoured several other conceptual authorities such as gluttony and greed, and then advanced to lust. But she has a big flaw. Another Day of Wonry. Chapter 150 The Secret of Blasphemy. But Lilith, as a lustful demon, has a big flaw. The ship of Theseus was still diving, and because there were the fantasy creatures Kunpeng escorting it, there was no danger all the way down. On the deck, Wright was chatting with Emily. What exactly is the defect? Do you think that gods like fanatics? Emily nodded without thinking. Of course. Fanatics have firm and fanatical beliefs. According to what you said before, the quality of their faith power is purer, and they are more active. They should be the favorites of gods. Then if you were a god, would you want all your believers to be fanatics? Of course. Then, only fanatics? Emily was stunned. Then, won't the number be very small? Wright nodded. Yes, that's right. Geniuses and elites are destined to be a small number of people, and so are fanatics. If a sect only recruits geniuses and elites, then regardless of its strength, the number of believers will definitely not be much, and the same is true for fanatics. Not every believer has the qualifications to become a fanatic. The core of a sect can be fanatics, but the main body must be ordinary believers. Not only sects, but any organization must have a leader, a backbone, and a cornerstone. Only in this way can it be healthy and long-lasting. Emily nodded thoughtfully, but then realized something was wrong. But what does this have to do with Lilith? You are really stupid. Everything has to be chewed up before it can be fed to your mouth, right? Wright sighed helplessly. Lilith's ability is strong desire rather than desire. This is very important. Desire is a very huge concept that everyone has. But strong desire is similar to a fanatic among desires, an elite genius. There are many people who like food, but there are probably not many people who can be said to have a strong desire for food. In fact, Lilith took the wrong path to advancement. She blindly devoured other conceptual authorities, resulting in her promotion to a more powerful concept, but the difficulty of use was greatly increased, and the coverage was greatly reduced. She is now in this state, and it is easy for other owners of the same type of conceptual authority to swallow her up. Emily shuddered. I thought I was invincible. After mastering the concept, why does every step become extremely dangerous? Wright chuckled. Yeah, the god of rules is like climbing a mountain. Just follow the steps and go up little by little. Although it's tiring, there are traces to follow and ways to go. As long as you work hard to go up, there will be no problems. When you reach the god of rules, it's like the mountain road is cut off and climbing a mountain becomes rock climbing with bare hands. You must find a way to climb out of the cliffs and find a way to continue to improve yourself. The risk is greatly increased, and if you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss and be shattered. But the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish, and opportunities often coexist with risks. But when you reach the conceptual level, there is no mountain or no mountain. Everyone is flying in the sky, there is no rules to follow, and there is no way to find. You can ride the clouds or lie down. You can do whatever you want, and it's up to you to fly high or low. No one can say what you will encounter. Therefore, in the conceptual level battle, no one can predict the result, which is full of uncontrollability and uncertainty. The seemingly ordinary concept may not be beaten by anyone, but it just restrains you. It's too common to fail miserably. No one dares to say that they are invincible among the concept level. Emily looked at Wright. Even you can't do it? Wright took a deep breath. This is why I have been accumulating trump cards and trying to become stronger. But the fight between the concept levels will unfold in ways you can't imagine. My chance of killing lies the same as his chance of killing me. Lilith probably also felt the crisis, so she urged me to help her regain her power so anxiously. Emily scratched her head. You just said that between the concept levels, quantity is not a decisive advantage. Is your brain made of a coin? Only the front and the back. Wright was so angry that he laughed. Without a decisive advantage, it is not an advantage. It is true that two concept levels cannot win a concept level. But 2 against 1 must be more comfortable, and the means and trump cards are more flexible. As they were talking, the ship had already dived to a certain depth. Alice suddenly ran over and grabbed Light's hand, looking at him timidly. Brother Light, I'm scared. It's okay, I'm here. Emily also felt something was wrong. What's going on? Light looked around. Don't be nervous. We are just entering the deep sea from the shallow sea area. You can understand it as sinking from the place where nightmares usually appear to a deeper level of nightmares. A more terrifying nightmare. Emily swallowed her saliva. The shallow sea area was already gloomy and terrifying, making people feel a chill on their backs. The nightmare atmosphere in the deep sea area, wouldn't it scare people to death? However, when the ship of Theseus continued to dive, the surrounding environment became warm and sweet. The atmosphere here is incomparably peaceful, with bright and lively colors, like a paradise on Earth. Compared with the shallow water area just now, it was like a rainbow when the sky cleared after a storm. Is this a deeper nightmare? Emily ran to the edge of the deck and enjoyed the beautiful scenery here. Is this the so-called nightmare abyss deep sea area? Are you kidding? This is more beautiful than the dream rift itself. Right, you call this a nightmare? Wright's expression was indifferent, with a trace of sadness and desolation between his eyebrows. Is it beautiful? Too beautiful. It's a dream. Ah. Emily froze in place, and all the beauty in her heart, like a soap bubble suddenly burst, disappeared in an instant. The next moment, endless loss and grief instantly occupied her heart. For a short while, she felt extremely difficult to breathe. The most terrible nightmare is not fear, sadness, or shock. Wright took a deep breath and looked at the absolute beauty around him. It's the despair when you wake up from the dream and realize that it was just a dream. I still remember that when I first arrived in the holy city, I often dreamed that I was back home. What church, what gods and demons, what messed up stuff are all fake. I was at home. I didn't go anywhere. Then when I woke up from the dream, the hysterical grief. In order to escape, I found a way to enter the cracks of dreams and became a dream weaver, weaving my own dreamland, utopia. Later, in order to make it easier to enter and exit my own utopia, I created the second holy artifact utopia. That period of time was really a wonderful time. I was addicted to it. But, fake is fake. Later, I destroyed my utopia with my own hands, and then sank here with utopia, and thoroughly tempered my spirit. Since then, I have never dreamed of my hometown again. At this point, Wright suddenly laughed. That's when I saved Lilith. Emily held the deck. You are so cruel. Now, I don't even have the courage to look at the environment outside. That means your mental power is not strong enough. It seems that I have to find time to train you more. Wow. No. That feeling is too uncomfortable. I can't breathe. A philosopher once said. Wright stood at the bow and clenched his fists. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we should not be afraid. Face it with a smile. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. I agree with it. Not everyone is as strong as you. People who are not strong must survive. Emily made a bitter face. Not everyone has to be a big tree. Some people can also be vines. Wright raised his eyebrows. That's right. Although running away is shameful, it is very useful. That's right. Then Miss Vine, don't say anything cool to others in the future. I will protect you. Please rely on me as much as you can. Emily was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Alice, who was holding a toy bear. The little girl blinked her innocent and firm eyes, revealing a sweet and strong smile. Don't be afraid, Sister Emily. Alice wants to be a big tree. Alice will protect her sister. Wright jumped off the bow and said faintly as he passed by Emily. I remember someone said that he didn't want to be a sailor or a young lady, but wanted to be the captain of his own ship of life. Who was it? Why can't I find it? Emily grabbed Wright's clothes and gritted her teeth, but her eyes were much firmer. Please, train me as much as you can. Please. Oh, don't you want to be a vine, Miss Captain? I want to be a tree, the kind that blocks out the sky and the sun. Well said. Wright smiled and patted her shoulder, revealing a kind smile. Then from today on, I will be your nightmare. Emily wanted to cry, but she held back this time. Lilith, we are here. Wright shouted twice into the cabin, and then the sound of the door opening was heard. Lilith covered her head and walked out in tears. Right. What's wrong? Woo woo. I've grown horns. Don't you already have horns? Grown them again. Lilith put her hands down, and Wright and the other two could see clearly. In addition to the original pair of sheep horns on her head, she had grown a pair of twisted small horns. These two horns put together with the original horns looked like a crown. It seems that you have a high degree of integration with the crown of sacrilege. That's good. It will be a lot less troublesome to enter the temple of sacrilege this time. Wright pointed to a dream bubble below. Look, we're there. Woo. Will it be ugly? No, it's more elegant. Right, Emily. Oh, yes. Like a queen. After hearing this, Lilith laughed happily and took Alice to the bow to see the dream bubble where the temple of sacrilege was. Emily looked at Lilith's back and asked quietly, Come to think of it, I wanted to ask at the beginning, but I forgot, because you interrupted me. Lilith is lustful. You said that desecrating the holy crown is good for her. Specifically, what kind of benefit is it? Will it change the lustful concept that she controls? Lilith's situation is not a special case. Many controllers of concepts will face this problem if they accidentally go too far when they advance and grow stronger. Over time, some pioneers have found a way to save it. That is, desecrating the concept. Emily suddenly realized, oh, doesn't this desecration concept have a similar effect as a coolant? Can it help the concept to downgrade? Almost. Desecration is a rare concept that has an effect on most conceptual powers. Similar ones include sublimation, convergence, collapse, etc. But this thing, first, it is rare, and second, the side effects are relatively large. Emergence counts as one. Wright did not answer, but drove the ship of Theseus towards the dream bubble. When you get to the Temple of Desecration, you will understand. Hold on. We are going to force our way in. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.